Ladies and gentlemen, ooh, we got an echo going on right now. I like it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Me. It is going to be a very fun afternoon, well, evening, if you will. All 32 picks we will be here for. I'll be joined by some of my favorites, and I am looking forward to seeing what transpires out here this afternoon. It really should be a fantastic night, and I'm happy that you're here to join me once again. We did this last year, and I'm trying to make it even better this year. So strap in. I hope you have a drink. I have a drink. We're going to get this thing started off the right way. Got some surprises for y'all this year. Got a few graphics. We're going to be looking at some things. We will be consulting our football game plan scouting guide, one that I hold. We call it the Bible around here. Nobody better at it than Emory, and every little thing that we add to it is just a small part of what Emory does at football game plan. And so happy to be able to not only represent myself, but to represent what he stands for and what footballgameplan.com stands for. If you haven't already gotten your draft guide, look down at the bottom, scrolling underneath, see that website to go and get that football game plan prospect guide, the 2021 prospect guide. Just because the draft will be over doesn't mean that you don't need that guide, especially if you're talking about the draft, if you're talking about the second day 2 and day 3, you're going to want somebody who really dives into day 2 and day 3 type of picks. Nobody does it better than Emory. Nobody does it better. So You're going to want to make sure that you look at that, keep that up for, because once it comes back around, everybody's going to say that they had it first, but you know who had it first. It'll be Emory Hunt football game plan. We are off waiting for the first pick of the draft. That is the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are on the clock. And it'll be interesting. We all know that Trevor Lawrence is going with the number one pick, but there's a lot of really interesting things that are going to unfold, and it'll be interesting to see, like, once Trevor Lawrence comes off the board, what's next? Like, what's the draft going to look like? Is it going to hold the way that everybody believes that it's going to hold? Will it be, the New York Jets going with Zach Wilson out of BYU, or will they do the smart thing and draft Justin Fields? I always contend, why would you go and draft another of the quarterback that you just got rid of? Never, it's never made any sense to me. And because it doesn't make any sense to me, I wouldn't do it. So looking at what the Jets have, you're going to go out and get another Sam Darnold. That doesn't seem to make any sense if you're trying to get better. And so it'll be interesting to see what the Jets do with that number 2 pick. Will it be Wilson? Will they hold to what everybody has said they were going to do? Or will they do the smart thing and draft the promising young quarterback with the most upside in the draft? And that will remain to be seen as we go along this evening. I always think it's interesting when the number one team, who's essentially been on the clock for God knows how long, takes forever to make a selection. It's almost like you don't know what you're going to do by now. Like, to me, it just seems like you're making people wait just for the sake of making people wait, which is kind of lame if you think about it. But when you have the number one pick, that means you've been bad, which means that you're probably trying to get as much shine as you possibly can. And so you can't really fault them for, trying to bask in this glory. If you can call the having the number one overall pick glory, um, you gotta let them have it, essentially. You gotta let them be able to fill their oats and go out and have a little fun, make sure that they are being praised and courted, because right now more than any other time, this is going to be the most optimistic you're going to find Jaguars fans. And it doesn't mean that they're going to be bad. I don't want anyone to think that. It's not me saying that they're going to be bad. It's just that we know that when it comes to how the draft works, everybody believes when they have the number one overall pick that pick is the pick that's going to change their fortunes. That pick is going to be the thing that gives them that leg up, that makes them that much more competitive, that allows them to compete for a Super Bowl. We all know that that's how people think. We also all know that they're usually not right. And so, as we sit here and we wait and we look around, for that first pick to come in, just understand that this is what we bargained for. This is what they believe they're getting, and so you can't really knock them for what they believe they're getting. You just have to appreciate it for what it is. And as you can see, we've got a few little surprises up our sleeves, and we'll unfold them as the night goes on. I'm hoping to give you more than just me and my ugly mug sitting here in front of you with my jacket on. I've got all the lights lit up, and I'm going to be sweating before long. That's okay because you know we're here for a reason. We're here for a reason, and we're looking to take advantage of seeing the draft, and we want to see what people are going to do. Like, what will they do? What will it look like on the other side for many of these teams? That is the question. What will it look like? So as we sit back and we wait for that first pick to come in, and again, apparently, the Jaguars are going to take every single second that they have of their pick to make that first selection. We're getting things cracking, and I'm telling you, once things start rolling, it'll be really interesting to see how they go. Um, Definitely will be interesting to see how everything goes once things start rolling. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining me. It doesn't matter how long you're joining me for, what reason you're joining me for. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to giving you my unbiased or biased, maybe, opinion on what's going on. Um, we're still back waiting for that first pick to come in. I think really, if you think about the draft, it's really going to get exciting at 3. If 1 and 2 hold to what all of the prognosticators have said, then it's going to get really fun at 3. Because then, obviously I'm going to criticize the Jets if they take Wilson at 2. I just don't think that he is the guy. I think that you don't spend a second overall pick on a guy who can barely win at BYU. I think if you're going to take a high caliber pick, it needs to be some on somebody who elevates a lower level team, especially when they're playing a schedule that is as weak as they can come, like they were doing. There's no reason why. There's no reason why they can't make these things happen. So for me, if I'm taking somebody in the draft, I'm taking somebody in the draft who elevates. I have no doubt in my mind that if I was to put Justin Fields on BYU, he not only does what Zach Wilson does, but he exceeds it. And because of that, I can't take Zach Wilson this high. I'm not even necessarily sure I can take Zach Wilson in the first round. And I've been on record as saying that. This isn't something I'm saying just for the people. It's something that I believe. If you can't elevate a team beyond, what they are without you, then you probably should not be the top pick. And for me, that's why Zach Wilson falls in these cases. So we'll check it out. We'll see what ends up happening. And now the pick is in. We've gotten word that the pick is in, and what will that pick be? Most likely, and we're getting it now, it is going to be Trevor Lawrence. We know it's going to be Trevor. We know it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. The question is exactly like how is that going to play out? Trevor Lawrence, and then what? What do we have going on? So that's what we're waiting to see as it goes right now. And it is official. The Jaguars are going to select Trevor Lawrence. And for many of us out there, Trevor Lawrence represents the the guy that everybody has had as the number one pick ever since we came on. Trevor Lawrence is a guy who has definite plus stuff. The one thing that I never want to get confused is that Trevor Lawrence is a really good prospect. He is a great prospect. I have no qualms with him going as the number one overall pick. I do, however, take umbrage with this idea that he is this can't miss, unstoppable force, because he's not. I mean, we've seen him be stopped. And that's the interesting part of this. We've seen him be stopped. We've seen him not perform when it was time to perform. We've seen him come up short in big games. The thing that Trevor Lawrence has going for him is he performed so well as a freshman, and that everybody declared if he was coming out as a freshman, he would have been the number one overall pick. So once they declared that, it was easy for them to then go, oh, well, if he's the number one overall pick as a freshman, of course he's going to be the number one overall pick as a junior when he comes out. No one ever questioned this game. Not really. No one ever stepped back and said, hey, we see some warts. Hey, we see some things that aren't quite what we would hope to see out of a prospect of his caliber. And so this idea that he's been able to skate is what I have an issue with. Not that he is going to be the number one overall pick. If you want him to be your number one overall quarterback, cool. If you wanted Justin Fields to be your number one overall quarterback, I would not have had anything to say about that either. I think Justin Fields would have been a great addition to your team. And so looking at that and what it represents, there's no surprise to me. This isn't something that I look at and I go, oh, well, I never saw that coming. Of course, yes, I saw this coming. And because I've seen it coming, I'm okay with this. This isn't a problem to me. To me, Trevor Lawrence is the guy who, if you want him to be the number one overall pick, then you are well within your rights to make him the number one overall pick. I have no problems with that whatsoever. So that is in the books, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have set their future in motion. They are going with quarterback. They're going to go with Trevor Lawrence. And now it becomes, what do the Jets do at 2? Will it hold to what all of the prognosticators have said? Will will it continue to be a situation where you have Zach Wilson going, or will they do what I call the smart move and get Justin Fields at number 2? This is, to me, what we should be looking for, what we should be thinking about when we're thinking about this coverage, because this is really what's going to make the difference. Like, what are they going to do? That remains to be seen. And so for me, like, I think it's important to just, admit, like, hey, this is what we're doing because we believe that this is in the best interest of our program. But you can't deny the obvious, which is Justin Fields is better at being Zach Wilson. Like, everyone's like, Zach Wilson is this, but Justin Fields is just better at being Zach Wilson. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But the Jets pick is in, and things should start getting a little spicy now. And we will see who the Jets are planning on taking with their pick. But the pick is officially in. The Jets have made that pick. The 49ers are officially on the clock. And now we're rolling. Like, now it's go time. Now it's, who's going to do what, where. That's where this thing is really going to get fun, is trying to figure out who's going to do what. Because even if it goes Zach Wilson at 2, the moment they go Mac Jones at 3, I'm going to lose my everlasting mind. And not because I don't think that Mac Jones is any good. It's because I don't think Mac Jones is a first-round talent. So how did he end up as a first-round talent? That makes zero sense. That'll make no sense to me. How you go from barely winning a starting job to first-round talent when all you did was throw to the best talent in the history of college football. I'll struggle to understand that forever. I just don't get how that is a thing that we've allowed to happen here. We've allowed it to be an okay thing to allow these quarterbacks to ascend so quick, like so far up boards, that they go from not being picks at all to all of a sudden being, the pick. And Zach Wilson is the guy. Zach Wilson is who the Jets are going with. They essentially redrafted Sam Darnold. And so now they will start the Sam Darnold experiment over again and hope that this time they have a better result than they had last time with Sam Darnold. But this is a young man who possesses skill. He is not a young man who is devoid of skill. He definitely has skill. He has talent. Does he have an arm for New York? You got to cut through. You got to cut through that wind when you're in New York. Does he have an arm for New York? Does he? I know that they show him doing those like crazy, whatevers, but that stuff doesn't really matter. Like, that stuff isn't real. That stuff is, that's pie in the sky stuff. That's not stuff that's going to hold over time. And so, if we're talking about, is this young man capable of not only leading a franchise or not only being the face of a franchise, but leading a franchise, I have major questions, and that's all. I really would love someone, and here's the funny part. No one has ever actually said why Zach Wilson's a better quarterback prospect than Justin Fields. No one's ever actually came out and given legitimate reasons why he's better. Like, you can't say he reads defenses better, because that's not true. You can't say he has a better arm. That's not true. You can't say that he's a more mobile guy. That's not true. You can say he looks the part. You can definitely say he looks the part, because he, meaning Zach Wilson, reminds me of a cleaner version, less risk averse Johnny Manziel. And if you're giving me a cleaner, less risk averse Johnny Manziel, then maybe that's the move. But I have questions. Like, I just don't understand how you just are telling me, well, Zach Wilson's better, without ever actually giving me legitimate reason why Zach Wilson is better. And so now the 49ers are on the clock. The 49ers are up, and we'll see which way they want to go with their selection. We know that they're looking to get a quarterback. At least all signs point to the fact that they're trying to get a quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see if quarterback is the move right here. We know what to expect in these situations. Shanahan has been lauded as a genius, as somebody who is really in tune with everything that comes with the game planning, the X's and O's of the game. He seems to have his pulse on, or his finger on the pulse of, what's going on when it comes to quarterback play, when it comes to scheming up offenses. So the question becomes, does he or does he not take the opportunity? Does he or does he not take the opportunity to draft someone as dynamic as Justin Fields? Maybe somebody like a Trey Lance, maybe. I think Justin Fields is a better version of Trey Lance. Or does he go off the reservation, in my opinion, and does he go with Mac Jones, whom everyone says reminds them of Tom Brady? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Tom Brady was a fireman. Tom Brady was a fireman in college. They let a sorry dude, a terrible quarterback, start over him, and he had to come in every game and put out the fire that quarterback started. And why? Because that quarterback had a strong arm. Because that quarterback looked the part. That's what Tom Brady had to deal with. So if Tom Brady's dealing with that, Matt Jones never had to deal with that. And Matt Jones has never had to, play fireman. He's never had to put out a fire. He's never been put into a situation where he's been expected to bring the team back. The one time last year when he took over for Tua, when Tua got hurt, he played okay, but he didn't bring the team back. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of this? The point of this is to do what? Is to pick the best talent. If you're going to move up into a draft like they did, why in the world would you move up in the draft to take a guy that nobody was going to take before you. That doesn't make any sense. However, the pick is in, and we will wait to see what that pick is. They say San Francisco hasn't selected a quarterback in the first round since Alex Smith, which is interesting because Alex Smith was essentially a bust for the 49ers. He had one, maybe 1.5, 2 good seasons with the 49ers before he was replaced by Colin Kaepernick because Kaepernick was better. And so if he's got something going on like with Kaepernick, if Kaepernick's better and then he just gets replaced by Kaepernick, then how good is he for real? How good was he for real? So now they get an opportunity to try again. Let's try it again. Let's see if this time we can make a better selection than the selection that we made last time. And that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see exactly what they do. It's probably going to be a quarterback. We've seen that. It's probably going to be quarterback. So we should be ready for a quarterback to come off the board. It'll probably be a quarterback. And it is Trey Lance. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. These people who were talking that ridiculousness about Mac Jones, go sit down. Go away. Don't show your face. Now, do I believe Trey Lance is a better prospect than Justin Fields? No. Do I believe Trey Lance is a better prospect than Mac Jones? You sure as heck, you darn right I believe that Trey Lance is a better prospect than Mac Jones. And so if that is the case, if that's where they've decided to go, then you know what? I support that. I think Trey Lance has some growing to do. I think he has some growing to do in order to get better as a passer, better as a complete quarterback, but there is no denying the talent off of Trey Lance. Zero ways that you can deny the talent that Trey Lance has. And he is the football game plan 5th rated quarterback out of North Dakota State. He is all of 6'3", all of 225 pounds. This young man is big, strong, fast, athletic. He has a strong arm. He is everything you're looking for in a quarterback when it comes to starting a franchise. He's young. He's super young, but he's inexperienced. And you just don't know because not everything rolls over. And thank you, Malik, for chiming in because it's the truth. The arm strength is crazy, but he definitely is far from polished. And we're going to be joined here by my man. Let me bring him on here. Let us talk this talk.
What's up, bro?
Malik, you got me, man?
Yo, man, I'm in the building, man. Smart people, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, as he always says, smart people, you know, smart people in the building. I don't do it like you. You got the swagger with that. I'm just trying to live in your world, man. I'm just trying to live in your world. Tell us what you think about that that Trey Lance draft, because I believe he's a far better prospect than Mac Jones. The idea that Mac Jones is going to go at 3 is ridiculous. Yeah, but there's no way I'm.
Go ahead, you got it.
I was about to say there's no way I'm taking him over Fields.
Nah, I mean, really, if you want to know the truth, Fields should have been the third. Really, Fields should have been the second player off the board. I think the Jets went way too. I think they jumped into the Wilson hype way too soon without doing a full assessment on you know Fields' ability to run that team. But I like the idea of Lance going to San Fran. I'm not a big Shanahan fan. You know what I'm saying? I think all the Shanahan hype is just a little bit overdone. I don't like how the Shanahans handle like RG3. Maybe they learned their lesson in terms of how they build a player like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? I think Lance is a great fit for that squad because it's a run-oriented squad, and then you have a run-oriented quarterback, so they can do a lot of different things with the read option, get him on the field early with some quick 1-2 reads, and then you can be out. So I think, you know, the Shanahans are funny dudes because they really play Madden with their players. I don't think they really develop players. I think they scheme players. And that's my fear with Lance going to Kyle Shanahan's system, because to me, he's a scheming kind of a coach, and I don't think he developed quarterbacks the way people think he do, because his quarterbacks have never had extended success. It's always like 1 or 2 seasons, and then they fall off. They never have, you know, a continued success, in my opinion. But for what they try to do, I think Lance is a solid pick.
And you bring up a great point, Malik's playing Blitz Magazine. I think that that what gets me about the selection of Lance is what you're saying is we're not looking to get rid of our quarterback. This guy is he's going to come into the fold. We'll probably have a package for him to come in and do a little bit more of that quarterback gun run stuff that you see permeating throughout the NFL now. And we're going to groom him to take over kind of in a way that you see some of these other teams starting to kind of ingratiate an athletic quarterback as a backup to come in and run packages. My problem with that is why would you climb up to number 3 to do that? Like, there are so many quarterbacks out there that can give you that dynamic, and I don't know why you had to jump up for what, in my opinion, is a project with an extremely high upside. Like, Trey Lance is a project. The last time we saw him, he was struggling versus an FCS team that is a middle-of-the-road FCS team. Well, no, I shouldn't say that because they're better than that. An upper echelon FCS team, but not an elite-level FCS team. And so, like, he's struggling in that capacity with all of his weapons that he's had before. And now you're going to put him into a situation in San Francisco where, like you said, the Shanahans have done a very interesting job of game planning, if you will, or manipulating their talent around what they're doing from a schematic standpoint. And so it'll be interesting to see how that works, because I just don't know. I just don't know if Trey Lance is my guy. I don't know if he's my guy. And so for me, I'm waiting to I like him a lot as an athlete. I think that he has plus potential as a quarterback. I just don't know if he's my guy. And I certainly am not taking him at 3 when Justin Fields is still on the board. We're joined by Chris James, football analyst of footballgameplan.com. CJ, thank you for joining me.
On, and let me know if it's too much noise. You know, I will move myself, having some people over to watch the draft, and I had to call in after that 3rd pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about you, but I was just happy that Mac Jones didn't go with the 3rd pick.
So we've had this discussion, right? So Trey Lance I had ranked above Mac Jones. I had one in 83, but he had the widest range of outcomes for me. I thought he could be an all-pro. I gave him a 91 on the high side, and I gave him a 75 on the low side, which means that's a spot starter. So with the situation that San Francisco has, with a starting level quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo there, they're going to bring him in and groom him. They think that upside is too rich, too good to be passed up on, especially when you have, conversely, someone like Mac Jones, who is the safest of safe picks in that top five outside of clearly Trevor Lawrence and whatnot. So I didn't mind the pick only because it's that upside pick. It is that big home run swing. They're showing that they want to try to get a guy who could be their version of Patrick Mahomes. Do I see that? No. But what I do see is a guy who deserves that third pick more than a guy like Matt Jones, who we know what we're getting.
And Malik, I want to get you back in here on this. Kyle Pitts is the pick for Atlanta. I know that somewhere in the back of your mind, you were hoping that he might drop down to a certain another bird, if you will.
Yeah.
What do you think about this selection from Atlanta to say, you know what, we're going to double down with Matt Ryan and we're going to give him another weapon. We're not going to address the defense that kept giving up all the points in the world. We're going to double down with another weapon for Matt Ryan. What do you think about that selection?
I mean, I love Pitts. I mean, I think, first of all, Pitts is a Philly kid. His agent's from Philly, so, you know, much respect and peace and blessings to his family. You know what I'm saying? But Pitts is dynamic, yo. I can't be mad at any team that draft Pitts. You dig what I'm saying? Because there's nothing that he cannot do on the field. And technically, if you would have put him at wide receiver, everybody be calling him Calvin Johnson, who runs the 4-4, because that's how he plays. You know, he plays big. You know, he's super long. He's a long strider. He's really strong. He catches the ball at the peak. I mean, it's nothing that you know, Pitts cannot do. And when you think about all the weapons that Atlanta already has, he's going to get so many open looks. Like, I'll be shocked if he doesn't have 80 catches and almost a buck and almost over 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. I'm serious. I mean, if you want a fantasy tight end, Pitts is going to be a great selection. But my bigger issue is with Matt Ryan. How many times can you, as you said, double down on the same quarterback who keeps making the same mistakes? And you have to turn Matt Ryan into almost like a game manager instead of like putting the game on his shoulders. And in that respect, I think when you have a quarterback-rich draft like this one, you got to look into like trading down and see if you can get a team like, you know, the Panthers to move up, Denver to move up. Because now what you're trying to do is maximizing the value of that pick and of that position. And you know, eventually you have to get some defenders. You got to get some corners in there. And on that manner, they always are giving up major chunks of yards at the end of games. You need some press corners. So going down and get a kid like Surtain makes a lot of sense to me. But you know what I'm saying? You know, Ryan to me is you gotta change him from a game, you know, from a quarterback that you think that you can win a game with, to a quarterback that you need to manage the game with. But when you have that many weapons, you gotta put the ball in his hands. And that's what I think, you know, Atlanta keeps failing year after year because they keep putting the ball in Matt Ryan's hands. I think it's time to take it out.
And that's a good point. CJ, I want to talk to you about how Pitts fits into this offense with them already having a pass receiving tight end. Like what's the schematic advantage that Atlanta's going to be able to throw at teams having two guys who could essentially operate as receivers in an offense, but also line up as inline or as wing tight ends?
So it's going to offer that flexibility that Arthur Smith used when he had, you know, Jonnu Smith, Turks, or even back to having Delaney Walker, where they can line them up, you know, they use that 12 personnel. Here's the other portion. I actually think they're going to flex them out quite a bit, kind of like the Saints used to use Jimmy Graham, and cause matchup nightmares, especially when they see a corner that they can pick on. I think it gives them a lot of flexibility in the red zone where a guy like Matt Ryan has struggled completing passes, even to a guy as good as Julio Jones. So it gives them a lot of flexibility. And I think this was a long-term play. It's not just a play for Matt Ryan. They look at Kyle Pitts as a guy who can be a perennial all-pro for an extended period of time. Just think about this. The last 3 Super Bowls, 5 of the 6 starting tight ends in those Super Bowls are probably either going to the Hall of Fame or they're the best at their position, whether it's Gronk this year having 2 touchdowns, Kelsey being in the game. Last year it was Kittle and Kelsey. The year prior it was Gronk, and then whoever you want to name as a Ram starter. So it's a position where you can get the most value, bang for your buck, and also matchup nightmares happening. And now you pair him with Hayden Hurst, a guy who is more athletic than people want to give him credit for. This will be the chance for Arthur Smith, if he is as innovative as people want to believe he is, to actually show that. They gave him all the pieces. Let's see if it shows up on film.
And that's a great talking point, because if Arthur Smith is really this good, which in all fairness and no, shout out to my boy TD, who I know like the hiring of Arthur Smith, it's not really that innovative to turn around and hand the ball off to Derrick Henry. I mean, there's no Derrick Henrys in Atlanta. And you're not getting a Derrick Henry in this draft. I know that people keep wanting to make a running back Derrick Henry, but there's only one Derrick Henry. That's a one of one. So if you keep trying to go and find another one of those guys, you're going to be hoping against hope. Like, Derrick Henry should not exist, because dudes like Derrick Henry don't normally continue to play running back. At some point, somebody switches them to another position. And so now what we're dealing with here, and Malik, you can chime in on this. Now we're dealing with an offense that is set up for your quarterback to have to be the man. You have all of these receiving weapons, but you still don't have a legitimate guy to tote the mail in an offense or a coach who has an offense where his offense starts with running the ball. How is that going to play?
I mean, to me, it's going to play like it does every year. For Atlanta, probably around 8-8, or in this new NFL, 9-8 or 8-9. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we know what Matt Ryan is. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's not like he hasn't had a wealth of riches already as a quarterback. Actually, I can't think of any quarterback in the league who has had a consistent amount of, talent around him as much as Ryan has. You know what I'm saying? And even at one time, he had the running backs on top of that, with Freeman and such. So he's had it all, man. Like, you know what I mean? And this is what went on. I mean, he's had it all, even in his prime. And he's 35 now. Like, Matt Ryan is not a spring chicken anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like when you have teams like Green Bay thinking about moving past Aaron Rodgers, it's weird to me. And you have Pittsburgh thinking about moving past Ben and things like that. It's weird to me that Atlanta hasn't even thought about moving past Ryan yet. I mean, and like, this was a good opportunity. Really, what Atlanta should have done was draft Fields and just tell Ryan the clock is ticking. I mean, that's the move. That's the real move for me. Was to start moving Ryan out of the door a bit. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, I want to get CJ. I want to get CJ back in here. CJ, if you're with me, I want to get you back in here, because the Bengals, if I'm reading this correctly, the Bengals have gone with Jamar Chase.
Wow.
And they haven't gone with a
tackle.
They haven't gone with the tackle. Now, full disclosure, I like this move because I personally think you can address tackle other ways. You don't necessarily have to waste a premier pick on a tackle. But what do you think about putting Joe Burrow and this stud back together again for God knows how long they're going to be able to work together?
See, I know it's an easy thing to say. You have to protect the quarterback. You got to protect Joe Burrow, right? But also, who's going to score the points? Who's going to give you comfort? Who's your security blanket? A lot in 2019 was, things aren't working. Let's find Jamar Chase. Hey, who's going to high point the ball and make a first-round corner, A.J. Terrell, look like he's not good even though he's an excellent corner? Jamar Chase. They took the best player available not the position of need. And we always point to this. There's a dearth of talent, and there's a dearth of talent in certain positions. This year, there's actually a surplus of talent along that offensive line where they can use help. They can address it in the second, third, fourth round, etc. But they're not going to find another Jamar Chase in this draft. And for those who think Penei Sewell is the guy, they're not on the same level as far as the talent they offer to a team. Jamar Chase was a clear-cut choice for me at this position.
And if you're being like honest about it, Penei Sewell's not even in a lot of our estimations the best tackle in the draft. So like I wouldn't. That's Darrisaw. So it's like, yes. why would I reach to be able to take a tackle just because he's your sexy pick? Like I personally, I don't know about you, but I think a tackle that sat out, for some reason in my mind, it doesn't feel as good for me as it does when I think about skill guys sitting out, because those guys, I mean, there's a reason why you treat thoroughbreds different than you treat, the Clydesdales. There's a reason why you make sure that a thoroughbred has a particular eating time, that they're cared for different. Everything is meticulous, because one little like hiccup and that thoroughbred is done. So like I can understand why a Chase would sit out amongst all of this craziness going on with COVID and a team that's kind of haphazardly put together. But a guy like Penei Sewell, I'm just going like, well, what was your motivation? Was it just you didn't want to get COVID? And if that's the case, then cool. But to me, I look at it and I'm going, man, I don't know. That's just not how I want my offensive lineman to be built. We talked about another offensive lineman in this draft. Just the way he looked turned me off. And I was like, I don't know if I can't jive with that guy. I want a certain type of attitude when it comes to an offensive lineman. And for me, I never thought Penei Sewell was the guy that was going to do it. I thought he always looked great running out in space, destroying cornerbacks, but
Correct.
He never looked that dominant. Yeah, he never looked that dominant when it came to actual lineman versus lineman, strength on strength. He wasn't a great, I mean, that system that they run in Oregon isn't a gap system or man. I mean, it's not a man system anyway. It's more of a gap scheme, zone scheme anyway. So that's the type of dude that you want to take with a top 5 pick. Nah, I'm good. If you're not Joe Thomas, I'm not jumping for you with a top 5 pick. And for me, that's where it came down to.
Yeah, the last offensive lineman I would have taken with a top 5 pick was Quentin Nelson, but he was built different. That's it.
Yes.
Because in general, you can usually find guys that they're even. And we talked about this on the last show. I'm going in the second and third round after guys from Notre Dame who I know can play their tails off, and I'm going to match them up with now this guy and Jamar Chase. They have a bright future in Cincinnati with the decisions that they're making in the last 2 drafts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Malik, get in here. What do you think about this this pickup right here? Malik's not with me right now. He's probably gone. He'll be back.
No, I'm back. I'm here.
He's back. There we go.
And let's not forget about, I think your man Chris, he nailed it. I think because the relationship between Chase and Burrow was so dynamic back in 19, and when Cincinnati pretty much can recreate that all over again. And let's just be real. Like, I know people got a lot of projections for what Chase is, but in my humble opinion, when I scouted him and watched him, like, he's Antoine Bowden who runs a 4.4. You know what I mean? How everybody thought Bowden was slow. I mean, he was quick, but the way he runs with such intensity, and he runs with that ferocity, and he makes plays, because when he's up there, when he's making that jump, he knows that he's the better man for the ball. And you can just watch the way Chase plays with the type of swagger. His route running could be a little bit cleaner, but it's better than most people think. And he's always going to come up with the ball. If it's a one-on-one ball, high or low, he normally wins that battle. And
so we go from a junkyard dog in LSU to a Ferrari in Alabama. the Miami Dolphins get their wide receiver to pair with their quarterback, they take Jalen Waddle. My God, like what? This is falling perfectly. If you ask me, I think that Waddle is the type of receiver that the Dolphins need because they don't have those types of receivers. A guy who is just a game breaker from all three levels is Jalen Waddle. He's a guy you can hand the ball off and he'll go 80 with it. You can give him a shallow crosser. He'll break somebody off and go 80 with it. Or you can just launch the ball as far as you possibly can. And right here, just watch him go by somebody and then just take off and stand in the end zone like, why are you trying to chase me? That doesn't make any sense. This type of speed is something you can't teach. It's something you can't teach. And to me, it says a lot when you get a game breaker like this to put into an offense with a guy who understands and knows him and is looking for the opportunity to, link up with this guy again. 2 picks in a row, the Bengals and the Dolphins, both teams pick wide receivers that their quarterbacks have a rapport with. CJ, how do you like this pick for the Dolphins?
I actually have folks over watching the draft. I thought Sewell was going to be the pick, but I even stated, if I was the GM, I'm taking Jalen Waddle. I'm taking the guy that has a level of special that can't be reproduced by the guys that are not in the draft. Right after Jamar Chase and what he does as a complete wide receiver, Jalen Waddle, who is a complete wide receiver in his own right, can do something special that Chase can't do. Run that 4-2. So you now get a guy who, A, the quarterback knows. He's known for years. B, gives you that level of explosiveness. And now you have him and you have, oh my goodness, the guy from Houston who you just picked up. You have both of those guys who streak down the field, and teams are going to have a problem now trying to defend the Miami Dolphins, and you'll have a more confident Tua now that he has weapons to deal with.
Absolutely. And I think this is the type of thing that you want when you see teams invest in a quarterback. You can't treat them like they treated Cam Newton, where they went, oh, well, hey, Cam, you can do everything. So we're just going to go and get defensive player after defensive player and then maybe throw you a bone with a second rounder or a late first rounder. Or you need to invest premium stock in premium quarterbacks because you have to strike while the iron's hot. You're not going to be able to pay all of these people when they come up for contract extensions. You have to be able to strike while the iron's hot. And if you have a guy that you believe in, a guy like Jalen Waddle, it's only going to make his life a lot easier, especially because they already have that rapport that we talked about before. It's getting spicy now. I mean, I think that we've been so enamored with these picks. We haven't even talked about the fact that Justin Fields is now tumbling. He's tumbling down. He's going down. He's gonna come. He's going to be somebody that is going to fall a few more picks, possibly because the teams that are coming up don't need a quarterback. And it's interesting because as he falls, Malik, you're going to have people who clamor and say, well, if he falls to Philadelphia, should they take Justin Fields? How do you feel about people who've been talking about Justin Fields as an option for Philadelphia?
All right. So let me explain one thing. Me and you had this conversation a while ago. Is that I don't think people understand the type of leader that Jalen Hurts is. And when you talk about someone who has all the intangibles of leading a team and getting guys to play with him and not just for him, is just totally different. And Jalen has always had that. And he's a tireless worker. He has shown that he can do multiple things with the football. And like we always give the gritty white quarterback the benefit of the doubt. Like the guy that doesn't have quite that athleticism or the guy who's just a little bit shortcoming. when they're a great leader, we always give that guy the benefit of the doubt. Jalen is the kid that seems that it goes the quite opposite because he doesn't have the super elite, crazy arm for a black quarterback, or because he doesn't run a 4.3 as most black quarterbacks do. They kind of underrate the intangibles that they normally give credit to white quarterbacks. You dig what I'm saying? And to me, as much as I like Fields, and I do like Fields, I'm riding with Hurts. Unless you're just going to go and do the same thing you did with Hurts at this time last year in the second round and just take the best player available. Because at that point in time, there's no way that no one can tell me that Fields is not the best player available at 12. However, it doesn't really add to the squad because you want to give Jalen all the opportunity to win the job out, and you want to give him weapons for a chance to succeed. If you draft Fields, you don't give him neither of those things. So that's my only detriment. If put it like this, if Fields is there at 12, right, either to me, you draft the kid you want, or you trade back and you let a team who really wants Fields to go up and get him.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. As much as I like Fields, I don't like the idea of putting him in Philly because I think that Hurts is a star. I think Hurts is a guy, and even more than a star, I think he's a leader. He's somebody that's going to be accountable. He's somebody that's going to continue to get better. I believe he's someone that can be durable in this league.
Yep.
And essentially, he's like Fields. So to me, drafting Fields would just be drafting another Hurts, only just younger because Hurts has had an opportunity to mature into the player that we see today. We just saw that the Lions took Penei Sewell, a very sensible pick for the Lions. You got to like the fact that they decided, hey, we're going to go with a tackle here and make sure that we try to improve on a running game, that we have some dynamic backs, namely Swift, and knowing that we have a skittish quarterback that's going to need some protection. This is a guy that we've got to bring into the fold. CJ, what do you think about that pick?
So you have to go back to what they're trying to do. They're trying to build a nucleus here, and you have to go back to who their coach is, Dan Campbell. What they want is a very hard-nosed team that's also going to run the ball, to your point, and drafting an offensive lineman makes sense. And plus, Sewell, even though I don't like him as much on the left side, which is a place they need to replace, the left tackle, I do like him as either a starting left guard or a right tackle for him. He's going to possess what Dan Campbell wants, that mindset of go be nasty, go be angry. And so it makes sense for them, and at least he's talented enough to justify the pick at 7. Sometimes in the past we've seen guys who couldn't. So I like it for this particular organization. I wouldn't not have liked it for some of the other organizations that could be picking in the top 10.
Absolutely. Malik, for a team picking, for a team that's picking that you will most likely see at some point, what type of pick do you see this being for Lions? This is definitely a sensible pick.
Well, I think you got to understand the new GM, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he actually selected Goff in LA. You know what I'm saying? So he has a lot of trust in Jared Goff. And, I think it makes sense to me. I think what the Lions are trying to do offensively is to just be a competent football team. And the way you become a competent football team is built inside out. You know what I'm saying? It's built inside out. And I think that's something that I think the Lions have always neglected, even with Stafford. And, going back to even Barry Sanders, really, their offensive line has not been as good as they should have been. The Lions has always tried to find that flashy player, the Calvin Johnsons of the world. They've always tried to attach their brand to that. You know what I'm saying? And you rarely see the Lions go inside out. And it's good for them to say, hey, you know what? I think Sewell was the best. I think he was the best player on their board. And they just went with their board. And they say, hey, we need a bunch of different things. You know what I'm saying? Smith would be great. But you know what? We need to protect Goff. And if we can protect Goff, we feel as though we got a young quarterback here for the next at least 3 to 5 years.
And let's put some respect on Brad Holmes' name.
Brad Holmes.
Brad Holmes is a brother.
Holmes,
He's from Tampa Bay. Grew up with him, by the way. So shout out to Brad Holmes and what he's been doing since he took over with the Lions. I still have questions about the head coach hiring, but I like all of the assistant coaches that they put in place around the head coach. I'm not a Dan Campbell guy. I'm not with all of that. You know, we're gonna get knocked down and then we're gonna get up and then we're gonna get knocked down again and we're gonna get up and all that other ridiculousness that rah-rah sis boom bah stuff. He sounded like a special teams coordinator. That's all he's ever really been. I need to see it from him in order to really believe it, but I do believe in Brad Holmes. And you know, whenever we see black men getting the opportunity to run programs, we've got to wrap our arms around them, especially their selection. This was an adult selection. This was a grown-up selection. It would have been easy to say, oh, we're going to go and draft a edge rusher, or hey, we got a chance to add a burner, you know, at wide receiver, or you know, we could go and get another quarterback because we know that there's limitations in the quarterback as it stands right now. But this is an adult pick. This is a grown-up pick. This is a pick that says, hey, let's not panic. Let's not reach. Let's not hit a reset button that doesn't need to be reset. Let's start adding pieces to this stuff that we already have. And when you get competent front office, when you get somebody in the front office that's competent, it makes everything better around you. So shout out to Brad Holmes and what he's doing in his first year with the Lions. Much respect to you. Wish you nothing but success, brother. And also, if you play the Bucks, I hope we beat y'all ass by 50. So,
one more thing too. I mean, Chris made an excellent point earlier. Is that, you know, Swift has the chance to really be a premier back in this league as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at some of the similarities between Swift and why can't I? I'm messing up right now. For the Rams 2 years ago. Oh my gosh, I'm tripping. The running back, Gene. Why can't I think of when?
Oh, you're talking about Oh gosh, now it's Todd Gurley.
Gurley. When you think about Swift, he's very similar to Gurley in terms of that one-cut style. And Holmes knows what kind of offense to run around him. He knows what kind of pieces to build that kind of system again. And say what we want about Goff, you know what I mean? Goff executed it. So if they can turn Swift into Gurley, Goff can have a lot of production. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And we just see the first cornerback, the first defensive player come off the board.
Wow.
At 8, J.C. Horn. I was not expecting to see him come off so early. Although I think most people who evaluate cornerbacks have him as the number one guy.
Yep.
That's Patrick Surtain for me. I think Surtain is my number one guy. I like his physicality in the run game. I think you have to be able to do both. I think he has a little bit more versatility than Horn does. But if you're looking for a flat out field side, leave him alone, let him do his thing corner, you can't go wrong with J.C. Horn. So a quality pick, again, an adult pick by the Carolina Panthers, who are continuing to add pieces to the puzzle. I don't like what they did at quarterback. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't like what they did at quarterback, but I think they're putting other pieces in place that if the quarterback can be competent, they have a chance to be successful.
You know what's crazy? Let's just talk about scenarios, right? So let's just say a hypothetical Dak did not sign back with the Cowboys, right? Fields is actually about to fall right in that lap. I mean, think about it. If you want to look at a situation where Dallas if they would have played hardball with that into the draft time, and they could have done it. You know what I'm saying? But at no point in time in Dallas's probably scouting and analysis in their wildest dream they ever thought that they ever think that Fields was going to get to them. Because they thought that they had a shot at Fields. Do you think that they would have gave Dak the bread?
Well, that's a very interesting. I think that's a very interesting thing. But here's how I'll trump you. The word is that there's a chance that Denver can take Fields. That the reason that they went and got Teddy Bridgewater was because they're going to look to move on and use Bridgewater as the stopgap guy between when Fields gets there and when he's ready to go. So it'll be interesting to see if Fields is the guy for Denver right here at number 9. But to get back to your point, to answer your point, I don't know if they would have had Fields. I don't know if they would have had Fields like there because, I mean, Fields is dropping. So if these other teams don't think Fields is the guy, maybe Dallas doesn't as well.
Well, Dallas would have been more pressed to find that guy if they would have made the decision that Dak isn't their guy.
That's very true. It's very true. So now it would have forced their hand into picking a quarterback. Exactly. But do they get another Dak, or do they go with a great white hope?
Well, what you do Dallas? Is you save you draft Fields and save $100 million.
No, I'm saying, do they go with the Fields? Do they bring in another Dak? You know what I'm saying? Or do they go with a Mac Jones because that's the great white hope? Like, we understand how Dallas works. You know what I'm saying? We understand how it rolls in there.
Yeah, so, it would have been interesting. It would have been. I think they would have went with Dak because of the similarities with Dak to Fields in terms of stature and just talent. You know what I mean? I think more often than not, the quarterback that's going to drop today is Jones. If you want to get into a quarterback that's going to take that can take a dive.
No, see, Jones isn't going to drop because he never should have been that high. Like right. that was all just rumors and innuendos that I believe was put out by the San Francisco 49ers to throw people off the scent that they were going to get Trey Lance. So, like, using Matt Jones as a smokescreen, he's going to now drop to where he should have been in the first place, which is probably into the first round, but really and truly second round. Like, he's a second round guy, maybe even a third round guy. He's just like all the rest of those quarterbacks that have come out of Alabama prior to Jalen Hurts. He's a good manager, knows how to get the ball to the weapons, but he's not dynamic. He's not going to make your team better. You can't draft those guys. You should never draft those guys with a first round pick, but you sure as hell can't draft them with a premier pick. And so I don't think Mac Jones is going to drop. I don't think he was ever going to go high in the first place. Justin Fields has already dropped. There is no way Justin Fields should still be on the board at 9. Not after the 2 years that he put together. Not after the people that he beat. Let's not forget that when he went head-to-head with the number 1 pick in the draft, the best quarterback in that game was at Ohio State. Indeed. He wasn't at Clemson. When he went up against Alabama and all of that weaponry, the best quarterback on the field was in Ohio State. The best team was in Alabama.
So why is he dropping, man? So in your opinion, why is Fields dropping?
Because when it comes, in my opinion, when it comes to black quarterbacks, they look for all the things that we can't do. They focus on all of the negative things, even if there's no negatives. Like, think about what they did to Fields. First, they tried to say he couldn't read defenses. Then people started, like, producing videos of him reading defenses, going off. He can't get off the first read. And then they showed videos of him getting off the first read. Then they said he had attitude issues, that he had some issues, personal issues or whatever. And then people started coming out and going, this is one of the best kids ever. He's a 4.0 student. He's this, he's that, blah, blah, blah.
Can I jump in real quick on the attitude joint?
Yeah.
This was a kid who actually got parents and teams from all the teams in the Big Ten together to get kids back on the field during the pandemic. He led the charge. He was the face of that movement. So
absolutely.
A kid who put his career on the line, his name on the line, to play games during a pandemic, and was the guy who actually started the real push to have games to be played. He's the dude with the bad attitude?
Exactly.
Makes no sense. It makes zero sense.
It made zero sense. And so then once none of that stuff stuck, then it became the medical issues. All of a sudden, oh, well, he deals with epilepsy. Well, if he's dealt with epilepsy in high school and he dealt with epilepsy in college, why couldn't he deal with epilepsy in the NFL where he's getting millions of dollars and they have the best medical staffs in the world? That makes zero sense. So the only thing I come back to is they're going to find ways to shoot down people who don't look like them. And as we're talking, Patrick Surtain is the choice for the Broncos.
Wow.
Excellent choice. And so right now, your scenario would have came true. The Cowboys would have been on the clock with an opportunity to draft Fields. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I mean, I'm telling you, like, you couldn't, like, if the Cowboys were just held firm for one more month.
I don't think they should have. I think Dak's a stud, though. Like,
I think Dak's a stud. First of all,
give Dak his money.
To be paid.
Yeah, give Dak his money. They screwed that man over long enough.
Screwed him over.
Let him get his bread.
But no quarterback would make more money than Dak over, I think, no quarterback would make more bread over the next, 5 years than Dak.
No, he's only got a 4-year jump off, so he can be right back in there again.
But he still made $37 million this year, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah. But I'm saying, like, he did it to bet on himself again in 4 years. That's what I like about him. He didn't succumb to, like, the pressure of a guy who wasn't a first-round draft pick and had already gotten those millions. He was like, you know what? You don't want to pay me? Cool. Give me that fifth, Red, give me this, this franchise tag once. Give me that franchise tag again. You know what? You're going to have to pay me now because the next franchise tag is going to be more money than you're willing to burn.
Like $50 million.
Yeah.
$1 million. They were like, no, we're not doing that.
Exactly. So good for him in getting his money, and good for the Broncos that they were able to bring in a guy like Surtain. I think that we're starting to see this next generation.
If you're the Giants, are you taking Fields?
Well, I hate Daniel Jones. Let's be like, and I'm not even talking about hate him as a person, but he's not a good football player. And the fact that he's been able to skate on, not being really good, and they just keep making excuses for him. Well, he doesn't have any weapons. He doesn't have any help. Are you serious? That dude is just bad, man. He is an athletic. If he was a black dude, they'd be trying to move him to wide receiver. Bottom line, that is how bad Daniel Jones has been. If he was a black dude, they'd be trying to move him to wide receiver. Because, he's really athletic. Well, they should try to move him to wide receiver. That's what they do. But because he's Daniel Jones, because his name's not DeAndre Jones, he's still playing quarterback. And he's still going to be bad.
I mean, really, the Giants should totally take Fields.
The Giants should take anybody. They should take anybody instead of keeping Daniel Jones. Like, the idea that people decided that Haskins was trash when really Haskins wasn't trash. He just had maturity issues. But they think Jones is good. is the funniest thing ever. Like, how do you look at these two people and tell me that one is bad and one is good? If anything, they're the same.
Right.
If anything, they're the same. They're the same with their production. So I don't understand it. I keep trying to understand it. I keep coming up short with the understanding. Like, I just don't get it. And I probably won't get it because, quite honestly, when things don't make sense, it's usually for a reason. It's usually because it doesn't make any sense. It's very interesting. I'm seeing this trade alert. They're talking about a trade alert. If New England jumps up, the Eagles have traded. The Eagles have traded up 210
to Dallas.
The Eagles have traded with Dallas 210.
We won't get Smith.
Business has picked up. If they're going up to business has just picked up.
Smith.
I don't know who they're getting, but everybody's waiting because now we don't know. We don't know what they're thinking, but they have to be thinking wide receiver, right?
You gotta be thinking wide receiver here. There's no way you cannot be thinking wide receiver here with Devontae Smith. I mean, he's the best route runner in the draft, Heisman Trophy winner. I mean, really, he's Marvin Harrison reincarnated. Like, he doesn't miss, he doesn't drop. He has extreme quickness. Like, I love Smith, but it's the Eagles, man. So I don't know what the F is about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can never tell.
Rager and they passed on Jefferson, and that's all you need to know.
You can never tell. You can never tell what the Eagles are going to do. But if it's Smith, then it's game on. If it's Smith, it's game on. If it's Fields, then it's pure effery going on right now. So, like, I don't know who it is, and Mina Kimes is on my TV too much. Shout out to Mina Kimes.
Shout out to Mina.
I like her. I like her swagger. She's like the homegirl that you hang out with and go like kick it with. But there's nothing like, physical between y'all. Y'all just are really cool because she likes the stuff you like. But this idea that Philly moves up to get Fields, I don't understand why they would have had to move up to 10 to get Fields. They're not
going to draft Fields. Are they moving up for Fields?
No, I'm saying, there's been talk about them going to get Fields. I mean, about them possibly getting Fields. And I'm saying if they were going to get Fields, I don't think they had to move up to 10 to get Fields.
I think you had to move up to 10 to get past the Giants to get Smith.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Either on Smith or Waddle. So the Eagles had to.
That's what I'm saying. I think they jumped up because they're going to get Smith. Because with the Cowboys there, they're not going quarterback. And then at 11, the Giants are probably not going quarterback, which means that by 12, Smith most likely would have been gone. So the Eagles moving 2 spots up to 10 essentially secures the bag to get Smith. And now you add Smith in with some of those other young, hungry killers that they've got at wide receiver that I think is hilarious that they were nondescript before Jalen Hurts came in. Jalen Hurts came in and all of a sudden wide receivers could, exist again. It's going to be really interesting. That's a young receiving core to go with a young quarterback. The pick is in.
I think Smith is the perfect pick.
The pick is in.
Jalen Hurts.
And we're just waiting for the Eagles to announce or for them to announce what the pick is. The Giants are officially on the clock. They've got to be looking sick right now because they were definitely going wide receiver, if you ask me.
Yep.
I don't think they were going tackle here. Some people said they were going to go tackle here. but I think they were definitely going to go receiver. They were hoping that one of those receivers dropped to them, and they may have just been usurped by a division rival.
Because Dallas missed out on Surtain and Horn. So now their two top prospects were taken right in front of them. They don't know who to draft now. So they said, what? Let's get some more time. The Eagles know they want a receiver. Let's get an extra third-round pick here, and let's go down, reevaluate our board, and figure out who do we want to take in this slot.
Absolutely. Now here's what happens. If Philadelphia takes Smith, I actually think that clears the way for the Giants to go tackle. And they have a chance to get the best tackle in this draft.
I think Giants go Parsons. I think they go defense. I think they go Michael Parsons.
I just don't think you take a guy like Parsons that high because that guy does not wow you. There's no wow.
Ooh,
like he's a physical like marvel. But when you turn on the film and you watch him, like I don't go, oh my gosh, that guy's Devin White. He's not Devin White and he's not Devin Bush. So if you're not Devin White and Devin Bush, I can't take you this high. Not as a linebacker.
Eagles got Devontae Smith.
Yep, the Eagles go with Smith. And now that I think that clears the way. You may be right. They may go Parsons. But for the Giants, I think that the move now might be to go offensive line because you've cleared the way. There is no other wide receiver that I would take this high. Any wide receiver at this point would be reaching. So either pull back, try to trade out of the pick, or possibly go with offensive line. But let's talk about Smith, man. You know, you got the guy.
I mean, this was the guy. Listen, we didn't get Chase. Then Smith was my next. And listen, between Chase was my clear number one. Waddle and Smith to me were just like 1 and 1A. Because the beauty of Smith is that he runs every route so well. He's so smooth in the way he goes in and out of his breaks. And he already has that Alabama pedigree. He's already worked with Jalen Hurts in games and in practice. They know what to expect from one another. He's explosive. He runs a 4.4. So I mean, Smith is the kind of we need. The one thing the Eagles does not have is that we have no juice, man. Smith brings some juice to the offense, the way Deshaun Jackson brought juice to the offense. You need some offense with a little bit of pop, and Smith is going to bring that. He's definitely going to bring that.
No, I think it's a great pick. It's a great pick. I think that at some point in this draft, they're going to have to address offensive line. They've got a couple guys getting long in the tooth. They've got some places that they need to replace. I think they need to address defensive back for sure. They possibly even another edge rusher at some point. They're not deep in this draft, so they'll be at a premium. But if you're looking at, hey, we've got offensive weapons to surround, our quarterback and what we want to do as an offense, you can't go wrong with this pick right here. This is a top-notch pick. And as predicted, the Giants are trading out of this pick.
Right.
The Giants are trading out.
They wanted.
They've traded to the Bears. And the Bears need to come and get Justin Fields right now.
Wow, that's a great
Chicago. If Chicago gets Justin Fields, it is go time.
That's a great pick for Chicago.
If Chicago traded up to get some BS pick, I'm gonna be really upset.
I mean, I can't imagine them trading up to get Mac Jones. I just can't imagine that. You think what I'm saying? So I just see flat out Chicago coming up to get Justin Fields. I mean, when you think about the kind of player that Fields is and the way he plays the game, like this is like Fields arguably could be the best quarterback ever to don the Bears jersey. The Bears franchise is not filled with great quarterbacks. Like the bar is really low now. I think greatest quarterback is Jay Cutler.
Yeah. So here's why I think it's a quarterback. Because Chicago traded the 20th pick and their first round pick in 2022 in order to move up to 11. You don't move up like that and forfeit a possible first round pick next year if you're not going to get a quarterback. So I think they get Fields. You got a good insurance policy in Dalton who can kind of be there to let Fields work his way in if he needs time to work in, or you just hand that man the reins right now and say, son, it's your squad. Let's go to work. I think this is a for sure can't miss pick. If the Bears take him, then it would renew my faith in what they're doing in Chicago.
Oh, they all back in the room now. They must know what's on popping. The whole family's back in the room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The family got back in the room for the TV shot, so they must know what's going down.
Yeah, if they're all flooding back in, it might be going down. This is what you were hoping. This is what you hope for if you're a Bears fan. I know my brother is about to go crazy because he is a big Bears fan, and he's going to immediately text me and tell me that the Bears are back. I am awaiting a text message from my brother the moment that the Bears take Justin Fields to say we're back.
Bears play in the way Fields play the game. Think of his size and how he'll be able to handle the cold, cut through that wind. You don't got to worry about no more candy arm quarterbacks up there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got a quarterback that can run and make plays. I mean, the way I see it is that this is almost too perfect for Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I think Fields come in, takes the starting job right from day one. Just rips it right out of Andy Dalton's hands.
I mean, well, Andy Dalton's not good. So, I mean, I know people keep trying to act like, you know, he's still not that bad. Yeah, no, he's bad. He's bad. And it's okay to say he's bad. It's okay to just, you know, say what we know. If he was good, he'd still be in Cincinnati. Like, if Andy Dalton was any good, he'd still be in Cincinnati, but he's not. And because he's not, that means he's bad. And I'm okay with that. You know why? Because everybody can't be good.
Everybody can't be good.
Everybody can't be good. And he's stolen money for long enough. You know what? He's been stealing checks for so long. And I'm actually getting word. It is Fields. Fields is going to be the pick.
Wow, that
is a fantastic move for Chicago to get this young man in the fold. Like, years of watching the Bears make terrible picks, to see them go and get Justin Fields is.
No, man. Listen, man. If you let's look at this Bears roster for a second, man. I'm gonna just take a quick peep at it, because if you look at what the Bears needed in terms of a quarterback and what they expect from a quarterback, I'm trying to tell you, like, this is so perfect for them. This is so perfect for them, to me.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the way you want things to go if you're a Bears fan. if you're a Bears fan, if you're the Bears coach, you got to be feeling good that Justin Fields dropped low enough where you were able to flip a 20th pick into an 11th and get Justin Fields.
This is the payback for Hopkins and Trubisky.
Oh yeah.
This is the Hopkins because like I'm saying, Anthony Miller, Allen Robinson, solid guys. David Montgomery, Tariq Cohen is still up there, solid guys. You know what I'm saying? If you want to have that bridge quarterback, Dalton, that defense is still sick with Khalil Mack running the show, Roquan Smith. You know what I'm saying? So the Bears, it's the perfect squad for a young, capable quarterback, just like Fields, because they're going to keep scores low. You know that defense is going to be at least top 10, top 8. So they're going to keep scores low, and Fields, all he got to do is go in, learn how to manage games, maximize opportunities, scrambles, keep drives alive. You know what I'm saying? Win games 20-17, and he can do that in year one in the NFL.
And he's got a damn cannon. So you ain't worried about the Windy City taking that ball away. He can spin it. If you can play in Ohio, you can play in Chicago.
All day.
So it's like you're not worried about him being able to, have the ball cut through the wind. He's gonna be a nightmare, man. He's gonna be a nightmare.
I'm trying to tell you, that's a great pick. And go ahead.
I'm sorry, just I feel for the Jets. I feel for the other quarterbacks. Like I feel for I feel for Lawrence, and I feel for Zach Wilson, and I feel for Trey Lance, because if Justin Fields is that dude, then they will have to be reminded. It doesn't even matter how good they are. If Justin Fields is that dude, they're going to be constantly reminded that they were chosen over him. And that messes with your psyche. And it's not their fault. It's not their fault that bad people who don't know how to evaluate put them ahead of Fields. Like, they're gonna have to deal with that. If this dude is able to just get unleashed, he's gonna wreck shop, man. He's gonna wreck shop.
I got something for you, Gene. This is why I'm connected, right?
Yes, sir.
Think about the NFC North, right? And think about the quarterbacks in that division now. If Aaron Rodgers get moved, Fields has the highest upside of any of those guys. He has a higher upside than Goff. He has a higher upside than Love. And I do like Love, but I think Fields is a better prospect. And he definitely has a higher upside than Kirk Cousins.
Well,
he can easily come in within 2-3 years, be the class of that division.
Kirk Cousins doesn't have an upside.
And that's key.
Kirk Cousins, his upside doesn't exist.
Right, exactly. But you know what I mean in
terms
of talent, in terms of like this kid could come in and be the class of that division in terms of quarterbacking, and that means winning 5-1 in the division, always going 5-1, 6-0, 4-2, and that wins divisions, bro. If you go 4-2 every year, you're winning divisions.
Absolutely. It's a watershed moment. Like for. Man, the Bears have done so many wrong things. They've done so much stuff wrong.
It's crazy that they got this one so right.
Like how did somebody jump into your body and make a pick for you or something? Like, was it like the Monstars, when they jump into the NBA players' bodies and still, like, they've been making such horrible. This is the same organization that paid Napoleon Dynamite to play quarterback, then turned around and moved up to get Mitchell Trubisky. Like, just let that sink in. They paid a guy $18 million to come play quarterback who had lost his job in Tampa Bay, who was bad. They paid him $18 million to come in and play quarterback. And then in the draft, moved up to take Mitchell Trubisky with all of those talented quarterbacks sitting out there. They've had to live with that. And now they got lucky enough that Fields dropped to a point that they had an opportunity to move up again and draft, in my opinion, the best quarterback in the draft. Like, it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
I mean,
it's
really,
a fantastic
I
pick.
can't even think of a black quarterback who actually played in Chicago.
No, they've had black quarterbacks that have played, but it's all been like
actually
journeymen.
Who was the clear cut
Yeah,
starter?
because Cordell got a couple starts for them. I think Jason Campbell may have gotten a couple starts for them at some point.
Campbell did get a couple starts for them.
Yeah, but none of them have ever. They've never had the guy. You know, they've never had that dude. And so, like, the fact that they have that dude now in Chicago says a lot. But you know what it also means? It means Mac Jones is dropping. Will the Patriots take him? Because that now becomes the 4 quarterbacks are gone now. So now the question becomes, will Mac Jones drop? Well, not drop, but will the Patriots take Mac Jones when they have an opportunity to pick? That's an interesting thing. The Cowboys, their pick is in. We'll see which way they go with their pick. And to me, you have to go defense, right?
Yeah.
And they go Micah Parsons. Now, this is a great pick for the Cowboys because their linebackers keep getting hurt.
They keep getting hurt. I mean, someone was saying that Dallas doesn't need linebackers. I was listening to a pod the other day, and they say, well, Dallas doesn't really need linebackers. I'm like, whoa. Their linebackers are always
hurt. They're always hurt.
In the tub.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. My problem with Micah Parsons is I think that he's just not he doesn't have that dynamic that I like to see. But he is an athlete. He is an athlete, and he will be coached up well. And while we're talking, by the way, this is my brother calling me. My brother's calling me right now because he is happy that the Bears did something good. I'm gonna take a hold on. Hey Shem. Hey. Hey, I'm live right now, man. I'm live on my channel doing the draft. All we've been saying is the Bears finally did something right.
I just told you
they finally did something right. It's a problem. He's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem for those guys for sure.
Listen, if he plays well enough to get out
Andy Dalton. Absolutely. He's going to be a problem. I'm going to shoot you the link. Come on, man. Come on the show. We'll talk about it. All right. I knew it was only a matter of time before he was going to hit me because I knew he was excited. I knew he would be excited about this pick. You know, my brother and I, we grew up in Chicago, and
oh, really?
Yeah, and he, you know, the everything Chicago stuck with him. But you know, me being little brother, I couldn't just root for everything that my big brother rooted for because he used to always be like, "Why you always want to follow me?" So I was like, "Well, F you. I won't follow you. I'll go and do my own thing." And so I didn't root for any Chicago teams. The last Chicago team I got off of was the Blackhawks. I held on to the Blackhawks for the longest as my hockey team, and then I just decided probably about 10 years ago. Now, like I'm rolling with the Lightning, and but yeah, so you know, Chicago still holds a special place in our heart. And I know he's excited that the Chicago Bears finally did something worth a damn and brought in a guy that can actually, give them a legitimate modernized quarterback to work in this type of NFL.
I mean, listen, I want to just jump on Parsons for a second. Listen, Parsons fits right into the mold of Dallas. Dallas really needs defensive studs. And when you think about Parsons and Dallas and how they draft, Dallas always draft the more athletic player rather than the great football player. That's why I think Parsons is going to fit in well. I don't think Penn State used Parsons. They use him more as a disruptor more than a playmaker, and I think in the NFL he's going to be used as a playmaker more as a disruptor. So I think the way teams are going to use Parsons is they're going to put him in positions to make plays. Whereas I think the way Penn State used Parsons was don't make the play, be the guy to let the other guy make the play by just blowing everything up. So that's why I don't think Parsons jumps off the field. That's why I don't think his stats pretty much matches his athleticism and talent. But I think the way teams use him in the NFL is going to be a lot different the way Penn State used him in Dallas. And when you look at the mold of the Dallas linebacker, he fits right in with that system.
I can't deny that he definitely fits into the athletic mode of the linebackers. I just have a thing about linebackers. If I'm taking you in the first round, you have to explode off the film. Like when I watch you play, you've got to be a legitimate problem. You can't just be like a dude that, he's athletic. No, you like they could not run on Devin White. It didn't matter where you went, he was there.
Right.
And he was making a play. He wasn't the guy that was near the guy who was making the play. He was making a play. And so, again, I think he's going to get good coaching in Dallas because they've done a great job over the years, regardless of who was the staff, with developing those linebackers. So I think he'll get good coaching, but he's going to have to adapt quick or else he's going to get exposed. Like, these dudes do not play around with you if you're a linebacker. He's got to go up against dudes like Kyle Pitts. Like, what are you going to do? You got to be ready for that type of stuff.
So since we had all this Mac Jones hype, where does he land? Do you think he actually lands in New England now?
I think New England's if he's a first round pick, I think New England's where he lands.
Right.
If he's a first round pick.
If he's a first round pick,
like I don't think he's a first round pick. So
what about DC?
No, I don't think he lands in DC.
Okay.
I don't think that's where they want to go. I don't think that's the type of guy they want to bring in. I could be wrong.
Because okay, so he won't be going to Minnesota. He won't be going to New England. I think I wouldn't be totally shocked if he went to the Raiders.
What's up, man? What's going on?
It seems. I mean, you could be right. It just seems to me that he doesn't fit the style of offense that the Raiders play. Because the Raiders push the ball vertically, and Mac Jones is not a big arm quarterback.
I appreciate you walking right into my live.
Like I think that he has he's a distributor. And so I think he has to go to a team where they ask the quarterback to be a distributor, not a guy to push the ball vertically. Again, I could be wrong. Every year people think they should get off of Carr, and every year Carr just keeps showing up. So
he just keeps showing up.
He keeps showing up in the building. They keep trying to get him out of the building. He keeps showing up at the building. You look up, he's got 25, 30 touchdowns. So
every year. I mean, I'm always trying to push Carr out the door.
Man, I've been trying to
like Carr as a quarterback. I just think that you can do better than Carr.
I think that's my issue. It's not that I don't think he's a competent quarterback. I just don't think you should have to settle for him. And that's really the thing is you shouldn't be settling for a quarterback in the NFL. There are just way too many dynamic quarterbacks out there. Why are you settling for a game manager? Like, you should never settle for a game manager. You should always be looking for the guy that can win you a game.
Right. Right. I mean, listen, Gruden is a quarterback guy. You know that. He thinks he can make every quarterback. And if you look at the kind of quarterbacks that Gruden likes, you know what I mean?
Gruden doesn't like rookie quarterbacks.
Like description a little bit more than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? If he wants to, and he hasn't drafted a quarterback yet as a Raider coach.
But he doesn't want to draft a quarterback. He doesn't want to work with rookies, not with rookie quarterbacks. If you look throughout his entire career, it's always been veteran QBs. He's never worked with rookie QBs. Look at his entire time, even as an assistant coach, always veteran quarterbacks. He wants a guy that he can just talk that NFL talk to. He wants a guy that he can just flip that jargon on, and that guy knows what he's saying. He doesn't want to have to like deal with trying to figure out like how to teach the verbiage and how to work with this kid's emotional intelligence. No, he just wants to go. And so like I don't think he wants to be the guy who has to develop a quarterback from scratch. I think he wants a guy who has some seasoning behind him. And the Chargers of taking Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, and that's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. No, you gotta protect your quarterback.
You gotta protect your quarterback.
Protect your quarterback.
And you know, for all we know, Slater's the best tackle on the block.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not. To me, it's definitely not Penny Sewell. So it's like, I think he was my fourth. I think I had him as my fourth quarterback, if I'm not mistaken. He was fourth for me. I mean, fourth left tackle for me.
Who you talking about? Slater?
Sewell.
Oh, Sewell.
Yeah, like he wasn't.
Who's your first tackle?
First tackle was gosh, what is his name? My it'll come back to me in a second. My brain.
I'm gonna pull it up right now and tell you who's available.
My brain just went dead.
Christian Darrisaw.
Darrisaw. There you go.
West Virginia. West Virginia, they always pump out studs too. Christian Darrisaw. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen. I mean, Darrisaw is a solid. I mean, Virginia Tech is a school that has a pedigree. You know what I'm saying? Like they just know how to pump out pros. I mean, that's
absolutely
down there, huh?
Absolutely.
I mean, they just pump out pros. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all in on that. And I love the fact that the Eagles were aggressive and to jump over the Giants to get Smith. I'm really impressed by that move.
It was a smart move. It was a smart move by them, and it was an even smarter move by the Giants. Well, not even a smarter move, but it was a smart move by the Giants to not panic and just take a guy,
right?
But to move back, understanding nobody is in that realm. But at 20, if they take a wide receiver at 20, nobody's going to look at them crazy if they take one of these wide receivers that's left at 20.
Well,
So
I think the tackle goes next. I think the tackle is going next. If you ask me. I think Darrisaw goes next to the Vikings.
I mean, I think that's a solid move. The Vikings definitely need help on their offensive line, especially with what they've been getting in. We welcome in Brandon Howard And ladies and gentlemen, make sure y'all check out Brandon Howard's piece that he just had come out on. Actually, two pieces. He had a piece that came out on undersized receivers or undersized players that could have an impact in the draft. But he has a piece on my man Charlie Ward and what Charlie Ward would have been if he had an opportunity to play quarterback in the NFL. That's a really good piece for The Athletic. If you're not subscribed to The Athletic, make sure that you subscribe. Make sure that you follow Brandon so you can see all of his pieces. B, how you doing tonight, man?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right.
How do you feel about Miami's first pick?
Man, I think that it's a good pick. I think that's what they needed, some speed on the outside. I think that's what they were looking for. I'm just very surprised they were unable to trade down, and make that happen. So
the fact that they didn't trade down, do you think that tells you that maybe that was the guy, that Waddle was the guy they had earmarked the entire time? Or do you think it was just they couldn't find a partner to dance with? Because it seems like a lot of people want to dance tonight.
Yeah, I think they had a hard time finding a partner, somebody to trade down with them. I think that's really what it came down to. But I wouldn't be surprised that if they had a very high grade on Waddle. I could tell that's the type of guy that Greer likes. Greer loves his speed. He loves his speed, especially on the outside and at the running back position. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had a super high.
Yeah, I think the issue that I thought was the best about taking him there is his rapport. He already knows the quarterback. The quarterback's going to feel comfortable getting him the ball. So it's not like you see it some places where you bring a receiver in and now you have to convince the quarterback to believe in that receiver. I think with what you're seeing with Waddle is this is a young man who you can see, he already knows his potential. He's seen it in action. He's been a weapon for him, and now you can just employ him in whatever way you see fit. I'm actually interested to see them use him in the slot to take the middle, away and really force those safeties to stay back and then do what Tua does best, in my opinion, which is hit all of those underneath crossing routes
with accuracy.
With accuracy, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you can see Waddle. I think he better get his track shoes on. He's probably going to be doing a lot of 9 routes.
Absolutely.
And it'll be interesting because we know the one deficiency with Tua is he doesn't always like to push it deep.
Right.
And take the chance. But with a guy like Waddle, you're going to have to just lay it out there and let that kid go get it. So it'll be interesting to see if he's willing to do that on a regular basis.
Right. And then imagine how defined and how crystallized his reads are going to be with, you got Gesicki out there, and then you also got – so you're putting safety in an incredible bind, and then so what's going to happen is, it's going to make it easier for Tua to make those reads, and he's going to be finding himself some pretty wide open targets, across the middle of the field or down the middle of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to bring Chris James back in. Chris is with us again. I think he's back with us. CJ, you back with us? I know he's hosting right now, so you may just
the Justice traded up to the 14th spot.
Absolutely. I was just seeing that on the board, and they're trading up. I think they're going to go up and probably. I mean, if I'm them, I've got to address tackle, right? I've got to protect the asset.
Absolutely.
And so you get another guy to put with Becton, to pair alongside Becton. You bring another guy in at tackle. You have some really good tackles on the board still. CJ, what do you think? You think that the Jets, who just traded back up, you think that they come up and get a tackle?
Well, said that it seems to make some sense that they would move up to get a tackle after seeing a couple of guys, including Rashawn Slater, go off the board. But I think they might throw a curveball here. Looking at Arizona being there, right? I think there's a chance that they might have moved up to get the explosive Travis Etienne. I know it's not traditional to move up and take a running back, but just looking at who's behind them, I think there's a chance that they might have done that. I could be completely wrong here, a swing and a miss, but that would be exponentially better for their offense to go up and get a guy who can come in and actually make things easier for the guy they took at the number 2 pick by being explosive, working out in the passing game, just doing a lot of stuff. And I feel like Arizona probably would have taken him if they didn't come up to get him.
And that's an interesting thought process. They come up and get a running back. You know me, I don't really care whether or not people believe he should be picked this high. If that's the guy that you earmark and you think that he's the game breaker that you need to pair with your quarterback, why not do it right now and get the highest value out of him? I do believe that in most cases, the running back position, those first 4 to 5 years, you really have to take advantage of their talent in those first 4 or 5 years because they get worn down. Which is why I think you actually should value them higher in the draft.
Exactly.
Because that's when they're the best. But that's counter to the fantasy football world that we live in now, or whatever it is.
You gotta look at running back almost like if you take a running back in the first round, almost look at it as like a free agent pickup. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta look at it in that sense because you're gonna get a guy for the first 3 to 4 years of his deal under a very manageable contract, and you can pretty much, and you're going to be able to maximize his ability. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like the fact that RBs don't get paid, but if you want a productive player to come on your field day one and have an impact and get you 8 to 10 touchdowns, 1,000 to 1,200 yards rushing, 300 yards plus receiving. I mean, why wouldn't you add that? Why wouldn't you add that piece to your offense, especially if you're getting him at a discount? It doesn't make any sense why running backs are not going higher in the draft.
I think it's no. Go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, it makes sense. These guys after the quarterback, they touch the ball more than any other player on the field, right?
Right.
So why wouldn't they, be valued? It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, no, and the thing I always think about too is that they've adjusted the salaries of the rookies, yet they haven't adjusted the way that you think about drafting rookies based off the fact that there's now a rookie salary cap or a rookie wage scale. What used to set your team back for 2 years or hamstring your salary cap no longer does that, because none of these guys are making 50, 60, 70 million anymore. When they were making 50, 60, 70 million, it made sense. Oh my God. Did I see that right? I didn't see that right, did I? Did that say Mac Jones?
I don't know where he just went or who plans on taking him.
No, Elijah Vera Tucker went to the Jets, but the discussion piece is Mac Jones going to the
Patriots.
Oh, to the Patriots. Okay, so Malik, this brings us to the conversation we were having earlier about Mac Jones. If it's anywhere that he's going, it's right here, right? Like, this is the place that actually matches.
No, I told you. I think there's a chance that a team like Las Vegas, the Raiders, or DC could still take him. I don't think this.
I think it's DC. I think it's DC.
I just look at the style of play of the Patriots, and the fact that their quarterback is more of a distributor, and the fact that Mac Jones has operated as a distributor. Is this the pick? Go ahead, CJ.
So, and obviously I could be wrong here, but I think if they do go with the distributor, they reunite with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that they're more willing to do that than take Mac Jones it doesn't mesh with the whole Cam Newton situation that's currently there. I feel like if they're going to replace him, they're going to replace him with a known commodity. And Mac Jones is not that. But I feel in DC, being a Ron Rivera guy, that type of personality, I can see that there. Again, I could be wrong, but I just think they don't go with him.
I think, well, I mean, you guys know that I don't believe he's a first round talent. So, you know, that's the thing for me. I just look at, it's Mac Jones. And so, like, Mac Jones goes to the Patriots.
Wow.
I don't think he's a first-round talent, but I thought that if there was any place he was going to fall,
it was there.
It was there because I feel like they believe he matches what it is they like to do. Now, I think that the luxury he gets is that he can be the Tom Brady to Cam Newton's Drew Brees. So, like, if Cam goes out there and gets COVID or injured, you know, something that takes him off the field for an extended amount of time, and you get Mac Jones in there, and Mac Jones can dink and dunk the hell out of you, you know, to these weapons that they brought in at tight end, he might be that replacement. And now that he's a first-round pick, he's definitely the replacement because you can't just be wasting first-round draft picks on quarterbacks if they're not going to play. The question becomes, are the Patriots trying to win right now, or are the Patriots thinking to themselves, well, we're really looking for 2022, 23 in order to make that run back to the top again? Because
here's what I don't want to see, and I stay with me here because I hate to even think about this. Some sort of platoon situation where they use both Mac Jones in certain packages and Cam Newton in other packages. And I hate that that's even a thing, but I can see them doing that.
I could too.
Check is
like almost like a Canadian football where Cam Newton's the red zone goal line quarterback, the third down, third and short, or fourth and short quarterback.
Well, the issue that I have with the Mac Jones pick is, you got to touch on it, is that when you have these two different style of quarterbacks, you pretty much got to throw in two different offenses. Let's just be real. Like, Mac Jones is not going to be able to run the stuff that Cam runs, and Cam is not going to be able to do a lot of things that well, I take that back. Cam actually can do some of the things that Mac Jones can do, but Mac Jones definitely can't do the things that Cam can do. So you're going to have different packages for different QBs. You know, I'm not mad at the Patriots. The one thing that the Patriots have shown over time is that they are, you know, that they can change. You know what I mean? That they can change from week to week, game to game. You know what I mean? Regardless of, you know, play to play. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to give the Patriots a little bit of credit here and saying that, hey, we know we need a young signal caller. We only got Cam signed for a year. If Cam wins the job outright, great. And if he doesn't, then at least we got a kid that we can groom and, you know, to take the job. You know, my whole thing is with Mac Jones is physically, I just don't know how great he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if his arm strength is good enough to play in New England, to play in the snow, to cut through the wind. Like, he hasn't played in those kind of environments in Alabama in the SEC. So for me, you know, I think he's a solid quarterback. I don't think he's a great quarterback. I think he's a beneficiary of a lot of great talent on a great team with a lot of great coaching. You know, so we'll see. He'll get the great coaching and all that in New England, but does he have the talent to match, you know, the expectations in New England?
So there's another thing that might be at play here. There's no higher value on Mac Jones right now than draft day. And Mac Jones fell to 15, but there's been this high value on him, and they've talked about him having this brilliant mind. What if they drafted Mac Jones as a movable piece? Because they understand how the NFL thinks. They let him compete, and if Cam Newton beats him out, which if it's an even competition, I think Cam Newton beats him out year one. And they let Cam Newton play, and Cam Newton plays well. Mac Jones is a movable piece if they believe in Cam Newton. If not, then they have a quarterback that they can try to work with. But either way, I think he's something that they can use to possibly get another quarterback of the future if, again, Cam Newton doesn't pan out the way they want them to, because there's no higher value on Mac Jones, in my opinion, than there is today.
So your thought process is they took the value, like they took him because people were like, this guy could have been the third pick in the draft, even though we all knew that was some bullshit the entire time. Yeah, like, so I think that's an interesting thing, and I don't put it past the Patriots to play the long game. But I really do believe they think that he's Jimmy Garoppolo. I believe they think that they got Jimmy Garoppolo back, but just a more healthy Jimmy Garoppolo. Because the best ability is availability, and Jimmy Garoppolo's never available. Either he's got his face in the porn poom poom, or he's hurt. One of the two. Like, it's one of the two. The dude's never, he never seems to be out there. And then half of the time when he's out there, you wish he wasn't. So it was like
Jimmy Garagino.
Oh gosh, that's so awful. So yeah, it's interesting. Mac Jones as a prospect, we see what we see what Emory has to say about him in the draft prospect guide. Quick release and combination is pre-snap work, makes quick decisions. Can win with arm anticipation. I look at that. The one thing I like to do when I look at evaluators' notes is read between the lines. Can win with arm anticipation means that he's not going to beat you with arm strength. And so, like, for me, that's the scary part, because anticipation matters in the NFL, but your anticipation has to be so much further ahead in order to be good in the NFL.
Right.
If you don't have any arm strength to go with that, Brandon, you can speak to it. It's going to be difficult,
absolutely,
for him to operate,
because he doesn't have the arm strength necessary to make up for being late. If he's late on something, he's going to have to eat that sack, because if he's late, it's either going to be a pick or it's going to be a PPU. He's not going to get the ball there. So that's where it's damaging for your team. And you spoke to it earlier. Anticipation in college versus anticipation in the NFL is two totally different things. You have to be operating basically 2 and 3 steps ahead in the NFL to be able to throw with anticipation. In college, okay, yeah, I see it, I throw it, I get it out, or I put it in the spot. It's a little different. In the NFL, you have to be operating that much further ahead in order to take advantage of this anticipation that people are talking about. It's different.
Yeah, and I want to make a note of this, by the way. When they've showed every quarterback's highlights, they didn't show any negative highlights. The only quarterback they showed negative highlights for was Justin Fields.
And they in Northwestern, who were top.
What do they have against this dude? Like, what did he do to them?
Be black.
Does anybody know? Did Justin Fields hump somebody's wife?
I honestly, the thing that's confusing to me is they say that there's concerns with character concerns, but there's never been a mention of anything. Now, some other people, maybe they hide their stuff well, but we don't operate in a space where people aren't afraid to embarrass someone, right? So what's the concern? Now, the only concern I've heard that legitimately came out is something that apparently you can grow out of, and that's that he has epilepsy, but that's not a character concern. That's just a possible medical concern.
Yeah,
I don't get it either. There's
They
nothing
were talking
that
about
plays out.
something wrong with his feet when he throws the ball, that his feet are pointed.
They're saying he's giving it away. He's giving.
Right.
He's showing you what he's going to do, giving it away with his eyes.
Yeah, like stupid.
Yeah, you can be coached out of that. Justin Herbert was coached out of that, and that was kind of a knock on him. But they didn't talk about it as much as they talk about it with Justin Fields. I
just think about the optics. I just they did not show one negative highlight from Trevor Lawrence to Zach Wilson to Trey Lance, Mac Jones, but the second highlight they showed of Justin Fields was him throwing an interception against Northwestern.
I'll have to shout out someone who Tim Hasselbeck was one of the few people on a major network that actually spoke about the negatives that existed in the other quarterbacks, because he seemed to be one of those evaluators that was looking to be fair. He even pointed out you can find negative tape on anyone. And he was one of the few that I actually saw do it. So shout out to him for actually being fair.
Right.
Absolutely, and that's all. And that's all we've ever asked for is to be consistent. As the saying goes, keep that same energy. And that's the problem that I have with a lot of the evaluation. Like, for instance, no one's ever actually told us why. Like, why is Trevor Lawrence the best quarterback in this draft? No one's ever actually pointed to the things that he does better than everybody else. No one's ever pointed to anything that Zach Wilson does better than anybody. Yet they were just presumptive 1 and 2. And I said it in my Talk Spicy podcast the other day. When it comes to Zach Wilson, you can't even point to a time during the season where somebody said he was going to be a top pick. Everything that people liked about Zach Wilson came after the football was played. How is that even a thing? Like,
Now,
I don't understand.
in the 2019 season, who the game against Utah, right? And that's a rivalry, BYU Utah. Who was the better quarterback on the field?
Snoop.
First half of this draft, Trevor Lawrence, everyone as expected.
So, and it was very clear as to who was the best quarterback on the field that night. Now, fast forward, now when it comes to Justin Fields is clearly the better quarterback between the two. But when it's time to get your money, all of a sudden, the NFL starts trying to convince you that you didn't see what you just saw.
Show me. That's what I kept saying.
We saw Justin Fields. And the 2 games they keep highlighting, he won. He didn't lose those games. He didn't lose to Northwestern. He didn't lose to Indiana. So what are we doing? Why are we kid?
So to your point, Brandon. I don't know if your mic cut out, but
yeah.
In the game that he played poorly against Northwestern, his number 1 receiver was out, and it's an option-based offense as far as the receiver having decisions to make. So he had younger players.
Exactly.
But in the game he played against Clemson, it's mentioned multiple times that Trevor Lawrence's struggles is because he didn't have the players that opted out. So he had that same group of players for the rest of the season, but he struggled against a better team, and all of a sudden they say it's because he didn't have the same weapons he had the year before. It's very odd how these things operate.
Absolutely.
It's not odd. I mean, we know what it is. We know what it is, and that's the problem. Yes. Alex Leatherwood goes to the Raiders. It's an excellent pick.
Excellent.
I believe he is probably the most diverse offensive lineman of all the offensive linemen. He probably is the one guy in this draft that can legitimately play all 3 positions, a tackle, a guard, or a center. And I think that's just kind of what they do at Alabama. We talked about it before. They groom guys to be able to play multiple. You come in, you're a highly touted offensive lineman. They may put you at guard, and then when that highly touted tackle leaves, you move to right tackle. Then you go from right tackle to left tackle. So you
out of those guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think what happens is when they come to the NFL, it may be that they might struggle initially because they don't actually have a lot of snaps at one position. But they tend to last longer because eventually once they settle into one position, then the talent starts to come back to where it's supposed to be at, and they have a lot of success.
Absolutely.
I remember people telling me that Cam Robinson was a bust, and yet Cam Robinson is still starting in the NFL. I'm like, he can't be that big of a bust.
Nah.
If he's still starting. Like, if he was that bad, somebody would have just been like, no.
Right.
You need to go like that other dude that we took from Georgia. We need to go that way. The Dolphins are on the clock, and B, we're gonna go to you. where do you think the Dolphins need to be looking with this pick? They've addressed receiver.
Yeah.
And now it's, are they looking at an edge? Are they looking at a defensive back? Are they going to go offensive line here?
I think you hit the nail on the head, but they've got to go defensive end. I'd be highly surprised if they didn't go with a defensive end here. That I feel like a pass rush was sorely lacking last year. They had to scheme it up where they could send pressures on some of those zone dog blitzes of that nature. So those things they were throwing in there, little wrinkles where the pressure could come from anywhere. They need to know that there's a guy that can count on to go get it. And I'm hoping that they'll be defensive end here. We'll see.
It'll be interesting. I think that because of the way the draft is falling, they have their pick. Like
Absolutely.
they can get whoever they want. Like
if it's
they don't,
Phillips, that'll be huge.
they can pick whomever. Phillips would be my pick.
Mine too.
I think you need a guy who's a legitimate hand in the dirt guy. You don't need a tweener.
I agree.
You don't need a guy that could possibly get swallowed up.
Yeah, if the medical checked out, because he medically retired at one point. Concussions. The medical checked out for them. He would absolutely be my pick.
And there it is right there, Jalen Phillips.
That's the pick.
And to me, that's what you do. You get a legitimate defensive end. You bring him into the fold, and you hope that he can be your legitimate 7 tech, 9 tech, and really working that amoeba defense where he can slide anywhere from a 3 technique all the way out to a 9 and still give you production. I think that's something you could possibly get out of Phillips.
100.
As long as the medical's right, I think that's a great pickup for them.
For sure.
Indeed, great pickup for them. But tell me this, because I watched a few Michigan games this year. I wasn't as high on Pay as much as what is separating Pay apart by everybody where had him. He went from almost like a mid-second round guy to like everybody thought he was going to be a top 15 guy. Like how did he jump up so quickly?
Just the athleticism,
Yeah, I think it had to be his pro day.
That's what does it to people. They forget about the tape.
But his tape isn't that great. I mean, I watched him, and it's very average. I mean, I mean, some people may even say the same thing about Parsons, but I understand the Penn State system a little bit better. But when I used to watch Pay, I mean, I still see teams run all over Michigan, and he has a good burst off the line. He makes a play here, play there, but it was nothing. It wasn't a consistent domination, and teams didn't really seem like they went in the game scheming against him. You think what I'm saying? It's not like teams went into a game saying that, okay, we gotta neutralize Pay before we get out in the field. It's like we're just gonna run our stuff, and then Pay will make a couple plays every game, and that's nice, but. When I watched him play, he really didn't jump off the field. No. I mean, he really didn't jump off the field when I watched him play that much at all.
Absolutely.
I mean, you mentioned Penn State. What's the other guy? Owe? So sometimes people just like the athleticism, even if you don't actually produce as much as you possibly should.
Right. Owe ran a 4.3, right? Didn't Owe run a 4.3 or something crazy like that?
Same dude. Yeah. Same dude.
Yeah, I think what really irks me, and it was my if you people out there get a chance, go back and check out that last Talk Spicy pod. Check for the new one dropping tomorrow. I don't understand this fascination with things that come after the game is over with. The game is there. Like, if you can't watch a game, if a guy doesn't hit you in the face while you're watching the game, there's a good chance that guy should not be going in the first round. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Even offensive linemen, like the top level offensive linemen, they jump off. You're like, holy shit. Like, what is that? Who did you see that? And then we'll just sit there and rewind and watch him like throw a defensive lineman out the way and then go and block somebody else. It's not the I'm out in space and I'm running down the field and I launch on a safety that really gets me going. Right. It's the I just base blocked this defensive end. I walked him back, threw him to the ground, and now I'm going for a linebacker. That's the stuff that I'm like, oh snap, that dude is good. And it's the same way on the other side. I want to see the linebackers that every time the running back hits a hole, that linebacker's there. It doesn't matter where the ball goes, that linebacker's there. Right. And we were talking about that earlier. That's what I'm worried about with Parsons, because you see Devin Bush, you see Devin White, you see Willie Simmons out of Mississippi State. He's with Kansas City now. Is it Willie Simmons? Yeah. Those guys have the athleticism to just get wherever at any time. Right. And it doesn't matter what you do, they change the dynamics because you don't have to go nickel with them in the game.
Is it Gay?
Willie Gay, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Willie Gay, not Willie Simmons. Willie Simmons is the head coach at FAMU, I think. But yeah, Willie Gay. Like, those guys make you have to make decisions right now because they're on top of you. Right. The cornerback is the same way. I love Surtain because you're not going to punk Surtain. No. He's going to be in your face. Yeah. He's going to run with you. Joe Horns, youngin. He's out there. You can put him on the wide side of the field and forget about it. Like, he's gonna lock the dude up. These guys jump off the page. So when you see a guy get taken and he doesn't jump off the page, you're just kind of like, yeah, okay, all right,
Yeah, Emory brought a guy to my attention that I didn't really look at until recently. And that's Barnes out of Purdue. Yeah, basically, dudes who, if I don't see you make an impact and you play on the defensive side of the ball, I don't care how you test. Right. There has to be a special circumstance, like you started football late, and even then. Yeah. I'd rather you play a little out of control because it's effort and a bit of instinct, and you just miss technique. So with Parsons, I don't see that flash. I see a lot of – it's not as bad as this, but it's how Bark Mingo was when he was coming out of LSU. I didn't see it.
It's the same.
I wonder, is he really a middle linebacker? Like,
I don't think so.
Is he really a middle linebacker, or is he an outside linebacker? Is he like? Is he like? I think on what Malik was saying is he thought they were using him wrong at Penn State. Well, maybe that's the way that they were using him that was wrong. Maybe he shouldn't be inside. Maybe he should be outside.
I just think they was using him as a guy to come in to disrupt plays to make other people around him make plays. So they would have him blow up the play. But he didn't necessarily make the play. He was the guy that helped the guy behind him make the play. And that's how Penn State seemed to use him as not necessarily the guy out there making all the plays. The guy out there kind of like, taking on the tackle so like the corner or like the safety can come up and make the play. Yeah. So that's what Parsons did. He did a lot of the dirty work to blow up plays, but he didn't make a ton of plays.
Yeah, that ends up being big. It'll be interesting to see how they're used. Jamie Davis from Kentucky just went off the board. He went to Washington.
Washington defense is getting crazy.
It is.
Yeah. Like adding a guy like this to the fold.
That's scary.
Just adds a lot of athleticism. Like, again, I'm a fan of people who make plays, and this dude just makes a lot of plays.
Problem.
A lot of plays. Like this Washington defense is a problem. Like a legit problem. Man. Legit. You know what? Quarterbacks better be able to run. They better be able to run in that division. Because if not, they're going to get swallowed like whole. It's crazy.
Now, DC is getting to the point where they're about to start doing their team a disservice if they don't really get a real quarterback in there now. Like, because now you're gonna have your defense is gonna be good. I mean, you can't go into the season with Fitzpatrick, man. Like that's like, I mean, you're just begging for an 8-8, 9-8 season.
Yo.
I mean, and you're just begging for your defense to play, an extra 30 possessions a year because this guy's he's gonna turn the ball over at least 20 times. So it just seems to me like it's if you're gonna start building this thing around defense, it's getting a little bit irresponsible thinking that you can go out there where a guy like Fitzpatrick, he's a great stopgap guy, But if you want to have a real chance of opportunity to win games this season, you got to go out and find a real quarterback.
This man called
Yeah, no, I mean it's very irresponsible because what's going to happen is they're going to win the division, host a playoff game against a team like New Orleans,
and end
up having Jameis mollywop them.
Mollywop.
Because Fitzpatrick will probably throw the ball away a bunch, and that is a disservice to all those guys on defense.
Because you know what neutralizes all of that really awesome speed that you have in the front seven? Somebody that just throws that shit over your head.
Right.
Like they don't care. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, and then I'm just gonna launch this way because your defensive end won't have a chance to get to me before I throw it. Right. And I'm tough enough to take those hits.
Right.
Tough enough or dumb enough. I don't know, whichever. You're talking about Jameis. It could be either one. Yeah, but both of them work. Right. Both of them work. Like it's gonna be a problem. This defense is gonna be a nightmare for the Giants.
100%.
If I was the Giants,
that's a problem.
If I was the Giants, if I was Daniel Jones, that game I would just be like, I think I got the black lung pop.
COVID.
Like I would be coming up with all kinds of excuses. Like, hey, can I tell him I got mono this week? It worked. Can I just tell him something? Like, goodness gracious! Like, no, I'm telling you, man, this stuff is crazy. Like, doubling back to Phillips real quick, because I really just like one thing that Emery brings up in his evaluation is plays the point of attack game very well. And this reminds me of somebody because I know what's going to happen. He's going to go into the NFL. He's not going to have 15 sacks, and they're going to say he's a bust.
Right.
And what they don't understand about a guy like Jadeveon Clowney is that you can't run the Clowney side because he's going to make the play or he's going to lead you to somebody else that's going to make the play.
Right.
He's going to be the disruptor in the backfield as a defensive end or as a 5 technique or as a 3 technique. I see Phillips being the same type of defensive end. He may not wow you with his numbers. He may not be a 12, 13, 14 sack guy. But in reality, the way that defenses are being constructed now, you don't really need a bunch of 12, 13, 14 sack guys. You need like 4 guys who are getting 8 to 10. You need 4 guys that are getting close to double digits.
Right. He's going to
in order to have an effective defense. Yeah.
He's going to do his job. He's going to stop you. You're not going to be able to get outside him. And that's the thing. That's really
absolutely. You're not going to be able to block him with old bootleg tight end and think you're going to get away with it. Like there's nothing worse than when I see people play the Chiefs, and then I see Travis Kelce block somebody well, and I'm like, you're not even trying. If Travis Kelce's blocking you well, you're not trying.
Right.
The last thing that dude wants to do is block.
Yeah, that's
right?
not
and his brother's the best center in the game, and the last thing he wants to do is block. He want to be out there shaking his ass like a stripper. Like he ain't got no time for blocking. So if you get blocked by him, you deserve to have your ass whooped. Like that's to me, that's where it is.
Like they said, one play hockey, one play basketball.
Right.
Personality show.
Dude, on that note, I gotta head out, man. I gotta go react to this Dolphins pick. But
Absolutely.
yeah, man. I appreciate you having me on, brother.
Absolutely. Anytime. We appreciate you coming through, Brandon. Brandon Howard of The Athletic. Make sure you check out his articles on The Athletic. He's doing fantastic work over there. Also check him out with Football Game Plan. You know, anytime we're doing some stuff over there, he'll be there hanging out with us as well. It's been a really fun first half of the year. Kadarius Toney just went off the board. Guess to who? The Giants.
Great pick for them. If they want a receiver and you think you can get a really good guy a little bit lower, like Tony's the guy.
Well, that's why I said I thought it was a good idea for them to not panic and take a receiver where they were. Like drop back, like recalibrate, know that none of those receivers really warranted a 12 overall pick or 11th overall pick. Move back, get your bearings back about you, pick up some more assets, and then they got a guy who could be the most versatile, dynamic wide receiver in the draft. So, like, if the problem is the team that got him is they're not very imaginative. So, we'll have to see what Jason Garrett does for an encore, because I think as a coordinator he has to be on the hot seat this year. But in fairness to him, he lost the weapon that they built the offense around in the first game of the season last year. So that was difficult, but he has to be more dynamic in his offensive play calling. And you have to figure out how to use a guy like Kadarius Toney. You can't just say he's going to be Tyreek Hill. Like, don't fall into that stupidity. Like we talked about with Travis Henry earlier. There's only one Tyreek Hill. There is no more Tyreek Hills out there. He's a one of one. So, like, you need to use Kadarius Toney like Kadarius Toney. Don't try to make him into a Tyreek Hill. You gotta design ways to get that kid the ball in his hands early and let him do his thizzle. That's not really the jam for Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's not really a guy I see juking and making people miss. He just uses that speed and blasts right by you. So figuring out how to use him along with Golladay and Ingram at tight end, and then having a healthy Saquon back, hopefully, will be interesting to see how that offense works. Yep, Shepard's there. They've got a couple other, receivers that are, kind of 2s, 3s, and 4s that have been playing up. What's that?
What about that quarterback?
Man, stop it. Man, stop it.
They got a bunch of guns. They don't got no shooter.
You talking about Matt Barkley? I mean, Matt Barkley can do some things if you need Matt Barkley.
Can Matt Barkley drop back?
I don't know, man. Listen. Whatever they're doing in New York, it's a recipe for 8-8. Because the quarterback there is he's 8-8 or worse. Like he's not a winning quarterback. So
I wish Toney wouldn't have gone here, but what I will say is the Giants got one of everything at receiver. You want a dude who runs really fast in a straight line, you got Darius Slayton. You want a dude who'll hit you with the intermediate routes, you got Sterling Shepard. You want a big body that can get down the field, you got Golladay. You got a dude who will hit you with a jerk route and then hit it up, you got Kadarius Toney now. And then we know what they have in the backfield if he can't stay healthy. The problem is, to your point, Gene, you have a guy who has not been known for being imaginative, calling your offensive plays. It's not shade, it's just we saw what you did for multiple years in Dallas. And you have a quarterback who, what I'll say about Daniel Jones is, I think he gives you everything he has. The problem is that good enough to do stuff? And I don't know if it is.
Everything he has. That's such a comment.
And so if Daniel Jones can't get it done in year 3 with all of these weapons, we saw what Josh Allen was able to do in year 3, right? If he can't do something in year 3, he doesn't have to be an MVP. Just be better than he's been. Like, be what he was in that Bucks game, the first game he started. You do that, you won't hear anything out of me. But I don't expect it because I've seen what he did in college and I've seen what he's done in the NFL, and I just don't expect it.
Yo, I hate to break the news to you, but I'm tweeting that. I'm tweeting that out. He does. What was it again? He does.
He gives you everything
he gives you everything he has. That's like saying she's got a really good personality. I mean, come on, dude. What kind of that's not a compliment.
I didn't say it was a compliment. It's just commentary.
Yo, he gives you everything he has. That is awesome. I'm going to see. This is the beauty. This is the beauty of social broadcast. We can just tweet about something funny that somebody said that was clearly a slight. That was clearly a slight, but shaped in a way that's supposed to not be like a razor cut. It was just more like, instead of shooting the dude, you slapped him in the face with the glove. And he knows what that means. Like, I could shoot you, but instead I'm just going to slap you in the face with this glove. Now be gone. Like, this is funny. Like, Daniel Jones, again, I'm going to ask you this. If his name was DeMonte Jones, would he be playing wide receiver right now?
I think he would be a 4th string wide receiver, yes.
If he was DeMonte Jones, he would be your special teams wizard, 4th string wide receiver, like trying to work his way. He would be Shepard.
He's on the run from?
He would be Shepard from LSU.
Yes, he would be Russell Shepard.
He would be Russell Shepard from LSU.
I mean, if Gerard Evans was Jacob Evans,
yep,
he would have possibly had the Mitch Trubisky route, because we can go ahead and say it again. He outplayed Mitch Trubisky, and I think he was straight up better.
Way better. He was better than him at the job, and didn't even get like a sniff of time. Like, didn't even get a sniff. I think that's always interesting. I'm not even going to get into it. I know that these things just don't add up to me, because I've never seen Daniel Jones be good. I've seen him be mediocre.
One game.
I've seen him be mediocre. What's the one game he was good? Like, good.
The first game he played against the Bucks, he was actually good in that game.
Oh,
that is
you're
it.
right. And that was enough for him to get a contract extension.
Get a nickname. He immediately was Danny Dimes after that one game.
Danny Dimes. He's got and they're going to give him a contract extension just off that one game. Remember that game before the Bucks knew what they were doing, where we don't remember that game, because the Bucks won a Super Bowl after that. Like, Quiddy Payne off the board to the Colts. I'm just going to go and put it out there. This is a horrible pick. Like, I'm just going to put it out there. This is not a good pick. I don't think he fits their defense at all. I don't like what he does mixed with what they like to do as a defense. They're really like a smash mouth, hard nose, knock your head off type of defense, and he's a finesse guy. He's a finesse guy.
I think what they're going to use him to do is line up on the left side, right? They're going to back the line and move him over, run straight up the field. And I'm not even joking. Just run straight up the field to force things away from that side so everyone else can do stuff.
You don't see one play where he's just like muscling up with somebody. Everything is finesse.
Correct.
Everything is finesse. And again, it's not that I don't like him as a player. I don't understand this pick for that team and that defensive identity. He doesn't unless they're planning to use him differently, I don't see how he fits what they do in Indianapolis.
I could have seen him more in a scheme with Seattle.
Absolutely, Seattle fits. Seattle, and like that's a style of defense that fits for him. I don't really understand why he would fit in a defense like Indianapolis, where they're just, he's not that guy. Every single highlight they show you of him, and people always say, "Oh well, you know, you can't find out things about people from highlights." I'm like, yes, you can. If you give me what you believe is the best plays of this player, and I can find like the flaws, that tells me a lot about what I'm going to find when I actually go back and look at the film. So like the fact that he is always like this, guess what happens when you watch film of him and somebody gets their hands on him? It's game over. Like it's Velcro.
He reminds me, and I'm an ex-Gator. He reminds me of Derek Hardy. He had that one season, and good football player, but it was a lot of finesse game to it, and it didn't work out on the next level the way you would have hoped it would have.
Like even right now, just looking at the highlights that they show of him, you don't not one highlight where he gets hands on, extends, fits sheds.
He's in there making moves like a running back to the quarterback.
Everything's a juke move.
He's doing a juke move.
And in the NFL, when they get their hands on you, they put you by the safety. Like that's not a good thing.
Yeah, he doesn't take. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't really take on blockers, and he doesn't have that good, that good bend. Like a real defensive man, like they get that bend and they can get underneath the shoulder pads and they can come after the quarterback. And he doesn't play like that. He still plays a little bit too straight up, in my opinion. And
he's short, so he gets away with it. He's shorter so he gets away with that. My problem is because he's always juking around, because it's always like a move this way, move that way. He doesn't keep his run fit. So as soon as he's or his rush lane integrity.
Exactly.
So as soon as he gets out of position in the NFL, these quarterbacks, when he does that and he does that to Trevor Lawrence, guess what? Trevor Lawrence is taking off. Like he moves around and he does that to a Lamar Jackson. That's a touchdown. That's not a first down. That's a touchdown. He does that to Allen. That's 50 yards. He does that. I mean, the NFL, they're littered with these dudes now. It's not just, you had to worry about this kind of quarterback when you played this team or that team. They're all over the place. Like he does that if he does that to Kansas City, Mahomes is going to roll left, open up his hips, and launch it 60 yards downfield to a wide open receiver because no DB can stay with that dude. So, like, I just don't understand, like just the way they play defense, the scheme and the identity of the defense. That pick just doesn't seem to jive with me. It doesn't seem to fit with the way in which they want to play defense. I could be wrong. They could have some ideas about the way they want to use him in packages. Maybe he's just going to start off as a situational rusher. But do you spend a top 25 pick on a situational rusher? Like, is Indianapolis that good that they don't have to fill in holes? Because I see some holes. So, like, I don't know. I like him as a football player. I think there's a place for him in the NFL. I don't know if that place should have been Indianapolis, but there's smarter guys there than I am that are going to hopefully figure it out. But from a coaching standpoint, I don't see the fit. The Titans are on the board. It'll be really interesting to see if if Tehran's guy comes off the board for
Elijah
the
Moore.
Titans, because Shout out to Teron Davenport. You know, ESPN reporter for the Titans. He's been on Elijah Moore since the beginning, and people have given him a little bit of flack because he hasn't changed who he thinks they should pick. And I don't really understand why they would want him to change who he picks. If he believes that that's the pick that's going to be there, why would he not stick with that? So it'll be interesting to see if the Titans actually take Elijah Moore, because I really do think it's a great fit, especially the fact that they've lost tight ends, they've lost a receiver. Like, I mean, you're going to need to replace those guys with somebody. You got to have someone for them to throw to. You can't just throw every ball to one guy. So
it's because that spider chart doesn't look the same as the other guys that come out. But hey, can we go ahead and be honest though? So DK Metcalf's not a real human, right?
Mm-hmm.
AJ Brown also not a real human. He would be the not real human if DK Metcalf didn't exist. Those dudes aren't normal. Right. This dude can play the receiver position at the same skill set. He's just not as big. So
he's just not as big.
At the end of the day, I'm a Saints fan. I take him on the Saints right now.
Absolutely. I'd like to get rid of a couple dudes on the Bucks, and I'll take him over a couple of guys that they still have on the Bucks rolling around. Scotty Miller. Because I got to hear about people trying to tell me he should be starting, and I'm just like, are you mad? Like,
you don't think the Titans will be thinking edge at all?
I mean, they could, but
I just don't see them at this spot.
What value edge are you getting right here?
Exactly.
Caleb Farley. You know what? I'll take that too. That's a fantastic pick. I'll take that pick.
I was hoping that the Saints would fall to the Saints.
Yeah,
but that is an excellent pick.
It's an excellent pick. He's got to work on his haircut, but you know, some money will help that out. You know, more bread will help that out. But this dude, he's long, he's athletic, he plays with a little swagger, and like we talked about, he comes from Virginia Tech. And the one thing Virginia Tech knows how to do, they know how to produce defensive players who play in the NFL. Like, just for some reason, Virginia Tech DBs get it faster than other schools' DBs, even if they're not the most athletic. They translate well. So I think this is a great pickup for the Titans. It gives them flexibility in their defensive backfield to move guys around. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a win. It's not Elijah Moore, so sorry, TD. They on your head, homie. But I think this is a great pick for the Titans, and it'll be interesting to see how they plan to use him as such. That's for sure. Hey, we're gonna say goodbye to Malik.
Chris,
hey, Malik, appreciate you joining me, man.
Much respect to y'all, y'all brothers, man. It's good talking to y'all, but I'm about to cut it loose, fam. I'm about to cut it loose a little bit, to get a grub and fall back. So, you know, it's good talking to you, brothers. And we gonna do a Sunday joint, Gene.
Sunday, we firing it up. You know how we do. So.
All right,
absolutely.
So we do the whole draft. So yeah, let's get it in.
Absolutely, we appreciate it.
Indeed,
we appreciate it as always. As always, ladies and gentlemen, that is that's Malik Spann, president Blitz Magazine. Always appreciate him coming through and blessing us with his knowledge, with his take. He's Philly to the heart. He's Philly till he dies. And I love his energy. I love his enthusiasm for the game. Even though he swears that he's boycotting the NFL, he seems to always know what's going on. That's my guy. So we appreciate him for coming and joining us. Real interesting 23 picks so far. Not a ton of defensive players. but I think more defensive players than people thought at this point. I think they thought there would be a run on receivers. People have been very patient with receivers. We haven't seen, 8 or 9 of them go in the first round as some people thought. There may be a run on some fringe guys. I think right now it would be safe to say that a lot of these teams are really being patient and holding to their boards. What do you think?
So I think one pick actually changed the draft, in my opinion. And this is something that I just thought of. This coach, as an NFL head coach, has never had an offensive pick. And that's Carolina taking J.C. Horn. I think that threw a lot of people off and caused teams like Dallas, Denver immediately took a corner right afterwards. That pick threw a lot off for people in this draft, and I think it forced more defensive players to come off the board earlier than people expected. And remember, Matt Rule, I think all 7 picks last year were defensive players. Those are defensive player this year as well. So I think that was the catalyst that got things running, because before then, I think it was 7 straight offensive players, kind of, expected chalk. And then that one was kind of the monkey wrench in the whole game.
And a fantastic monkey wrench, by the way. I thought that was a great pickup. It'll be interesting because I really do think there are some. We're getting to a point where some of these picks you can find very similar talent in the 3rd round to some of these picks that are coming up at the end of the 1st round. So it'll be interesting to see how many teams look to get out of these picks and which teams will look to jump in. There's always some teams that will jump in the last, 5 picks to try to grab somebody that they really covet, that they don't want to let wait until day 2. Who's going to jump up, and for whom will they jump up for? That'll be interesting to see. The Vikings have a pick coming up. I think they need to continue to bolster their offensive line. I think they also need to look linebacker to help with these teams that are employing more receivers. I think the Bucks and the Chiefs and the Steelers have shown you that athletic linebackers are the way to go, as opposed to bringing in big safeties to play in nickel packages. Have athletic linebackers that allow you, or dime packages, have athletic linebackers that allow you to keep them on the field. The Chicago Bears back with Urlacher and Lance Briggs, the Carolina Panthers back when they had Davis and Kuechly, the Bucks for all those years when they had Derek Brooks and Hardy Nickerson, and then Brooks and what was his name? The one year they had the smaller dude. Yeah, I think he came out of Florida State as well. Not Geno. God bless, Geno.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Family.
That's an unfortunate thing. Christian Darrisaw comes off the board to the Vikings. An absolute steal. I thought he was the one offensive tackle that I would have taken pretty much anywhere in this draft if I didn't need a premium skill position. And for him to come off the board to the Vikings this late in the 1st round, I think is a fantastic pick for the Vikings, and definitely fills a need. And you gotta like when teams we're getting into the good teams, right? So when good teams start filling needs, it really is it's fun to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if running back goes right here for the Steelers. I know that people think that they may go like offensive line, but with Darrisaw coming off the pick before, unless they're going for Buddy from Notre Dame, I can see them going there. Yeah, I can see them going there. I can see them going with your guy. But I think that this is a place where if you want to get back to Pittsburgh Steelers football, you got the two. Well, you got the top three running backs that are the quintessential running backs of pick whatever it is you like. You know, if you want that guy who can be the 25 carry a game guy, you have that guy there. If you want that home run hitter, you've got the home run hitter. You've got the make you miss guys. I think they already have some shifty guys in Tote. I think this could be a place you might see. You might see a guy who can tote the mail. Come off the board.
I agree with you. I could see the Darisaw pick is one that I think they would have made if he was still on the board. The Dickerson pick, at some point I actually mocked them taking Landon Dickerson, but with the injury concerns that they've had, you know, the ACL tear, that situation, I don't know if I'll go there. Najee Harris is the pick right now because when they talk about the depth at receiver, well, once you get past the first couple of offensive linemen, then there's depth at that position too. You know, so they can pick up. You know, I've talked, you know, nauseum about the Notre Dame offensive linemen and how good they can be in the next several rounds. But you're not going to have another Najee Harris in this draft, and they already have a guy who he's not as good as Etienne, but they have a guy like that, McFarland. You know, James Conner's out the door. Now it's Benny Snell, and Benny Snell. They need Najee Harris. I think they know that too.
Benny Snell had the wheels ran off him at Kentucky. Unfortunately for him, I don't see the same level of explosion as I saw when he was at Kentucky, and that happens to a running back. That's why you got to go when as soon as you can go when you're a running back. Now the difference with Alabama running backs is because they usually have so many, you don't actually start getting an abundance of carries until you're the man the last year that you're there. And even then, you're still not getting the level of carries that a Benny Snell was getting for like 3 straight years. So, and as expected, we called it. Najee Harris is the pick right here. Yeah. He is the prototype of what you want as a Steeler, a guy who can run you over, a guy who can run around you, a guy who's better in the passing game than you think. He's better in the passing game than you think as a receiver. He can jump over you too, but I would not continue to advise him to do that.
Nope.
In the NFL. Let's leave that in college, because in the NFL they mollywop you for stuff like that.
And to your point, Gene, yes, they don't have as many carries. Literally, only guy I can think of who had an abundance of carries for multiple years there was Derrick Henry. But again, we talked about it. He's not a real person, so not everyone.
And really and truly, he only had a bunch of carries for 2 years, because remember when he came in with like he was the embarrassment of riches. There were just running backs everywhere on that team at that time, and so like. The last 2 years, he had an abundance of carries, but he was also like not really being touched. And then when he was getting touched, he was the one touching. Like they weren't really touching him. He was more like running people over, stiff arming them, getting them out the way, and then turning on this ridiculous like burst that he has that allows him to be otherworldly. That brings us back to the Jaguars, who have another pick 25. They address quarterback. They've got a good bevy of receivers. They have a good running back in James Robinson. Depth at running back wouldn't necessarily be bad here if you really wanted to add some dynamic, but you got to do something about that defensive line.
So they're going with a guy who I wouldn't take at this position, but I think they're going Christian Barrymore out of Alabama. That's probably going to be the pick.
That's a high risk, high reward pick right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
That's a boomer bust guy.
Yeah, it's not that he's not talented. I think it's just there's a level of inconsistency that I couldn't take with a top 25 pick. And then you start to wonder how much of that inconsistency is it effort based? Is it because of the fact that he's playing with all these other players who have that level of talent. So I just didn't see enough consistency from him to justify a top 25 pick, but I think that's the pick considering all of the stuff that I've heard.
Yeah, I think he's a boomer bust guy. I think that and that's so easy to say that someone's a boomer bust guy. Like everybody's a boomer bust guy. Like in some respects, I just don't think he's going to be he's just a solid football player. Either he's going to be really good or he's going to be Tim Williams. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Just trying to hang on wherever he can hang on at in the NFL. And I was wrong about Tim Williams. I thought Tim Williams was going to be a dog in the NFL. And I missed. I don't know how he didn't find a way to just get around the edge for some team, but he was never able to get that vicious explosiveness that he showed in college to translate into the NFL. And Barrymore is going to be a guy who's got some questions about whether or not he's going to be able to do that at the highest level. And I don't know the answer, but I know it's not for me to take him this high. And so, you know, for Jacksonville, you almost like, who are you going to take? You got it. Like, I think you have to spend some equity on defensive line. So then it becomes, if you're not taking him, who are you going to take that's worthy of this high of a pick?
Right.
Because everybody else you probably are reaching on. And so, like, I don't know. I mean, some people are that's a difficult one, because I think there's a place for everybody. But
so I'm a big fan of a guy who's from not too far away from Jacksonville, and this is a reach in a lot of people's minds, but I think he could be an all-pro type guy. I like Richie Grant out of UCF. Again, I like a player that plays in the secondary that if they have the ball consistently and they're not supposed to, there's a reason behind it. So that's the type of guy that I would pursue with this pick, considering what's left on the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, Barrymore's there. It's hard to go away from him at this point. I don't believe in Owosu Koromoa. I think he's a shorts and t-shirt guy. I don't know. I think you're reaching everywhere else. I think at this point in the draft, you've got to, unless you have a glaring need, which Jacksonville does, you have to just trust your board. At this point, you're just trusting the board. If the board says take this guy, take that guy, and take your chances, I can already see a guy like Azeez Ojulari drop into the second round, because people are going to notice the same things that we say about some other kind of tweener rush edges. He just gets swallowed up too easy. And you don't take those guys with first round picks. And so I know a lot of Georgia fans, being here in Georgia, a lot of Georgia fans and people who are on Georgia radio thought that Azeez Ojulari was a for sure first rounder, and I was like, maybe. Now I will say I could see a Tampa Bay. I can see a Tampa Bay taking a runner on one of these edges that are a tweener guy, because they've got a tweener guy that's paying dividend for them that they could possibly learn from. Because at some point they're not going to pay that dude anymore. So, right. But right now it's tough, because I feel like with what's left, you literally can find what's left in some kind of capacity, second, third, fourth round. And so it'll be the combination. What flavor do you like? You know, are you a vanilla? Are you a strawberry? Like, which flavor are you on? So if the Jaguars come up and they pick someone, I think anybody they pick right here, you almost got to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's who they had on their board as this is just the value right now.
Yeah, and part of the conversation has been due to some level of uncertainty, and once you get out of the top 15 or so players, there were going to be teams they want to trade out of the first round. They didn't want to be in the first round, but part of that is you got to find a trade partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're trying to trade out and people don't want to trade up, you just have to take. So this is the chasm right here. You possibly see that with like the 30th, 31st, 32nd pick because somebody might want that fifth-year option. But those are teams that are moving up because they want that. But, 25, 26, 27, even 28, that's not where people are going to be moving up in a year like this.
And like I was thinking, Travis Etienne comes off the board to the Jaguars. And what I was saying early is I know you need defensive line, but if you don't feel as if there's somebody that's worth this pick, do you just take the best player available? And the best player available right now is Travis Etienne. And that's a great 1-2 punch. Him and Robinson. That's a nice 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah, and I mean, in today's NFL, the way that coaches like to deploy running backs, they don't want to bell cow in most systems. And then number two, you got to look at who was just picked. Trevor Lawrence is the quarterback. So you're going to give him the running back he's worked with for 2.5 years? How about that? So sometimes these things, they make a little bit too much sense. You got the best player available. You got a guy who knows the quarterback very well. And he's a scheme fit for if Urban Meyer runs any level of what he ran in college, he'd be a scheme fit. Although
perfect fit
with the guys he has on his offensive staff, Robinson's more of a fit.
Well, with the guy he has on his offensive staff, Robinson's a fit. But if he's trying to do what he does, which I have to believe, hey, I'm here to do the things that I do best. It's a great fit. It's a great fit, and in my opinion, it's the best player on the board right now. So if you're trusting your board and Travis Etienne is sitting there right now and he's the number one guy left, you got to take him and let somebody else figure out if Barmore is the dude. Like, I wouldn't want to be the one to find out if he's the dude, if he's not the dude, because then people are going to be like, oh, you took that guy in the first round?
Right.
Yeah, it's tough out here. It's tough out here. It brings us to the Browns, and the Browns are competent again. The Browns are competent again for the first time in 30 years? Am I being an asshole, or is it really 30? No, about 30 years.
No, yeah. I mean, they won a playoff game, back in about 20 years ago. But obviously they won last year, but they won a playoff game. I was thinking
Bernie Kosar's years, they were competent. They
were in AFC championships back then.
Yeah. So I'm right, about 30 years. Bernie Kosar. So, where do they go? Because some people keep saying linebacker, and then there's other people saying that they don't need a linebacker. I'm looking at the fact that they don't have any healthy defensive backs. So that's my problem. So
the conversation became, do they go with a corner because Greedy Williams can't stay healthy? If that's the case, then Newsome out of Northwestern will probably work out for him because he's a dog. If they go with linebacker because they need a dude who's going to come in and be a thumper, Nick Bolton, because he will come up and hit you. That's one thing that he does do. So I could see either. If I were the Browns, I'd probably go with Newsome in this round, and then maybe in the third round I can get a guy like Jabril Cox or something like that. So
I definitely think that if I'm picking for them, I'm going corner, because not only is Greedy Williams eternally hurt, but Ward isn't exactly the healthiest cornerback either. And because you have to play in that division with these teams, you need corners who can cover consistently. The Steelers weaponry, that requires 3 corners. The Ravens and how they employ their offense especially when you add in the weapons that they've added. You're gonna need 3 corners. You don't have 3, and the 2 that you have keep getting hurt. So it makes sense for me that that's where you go with it. I don't think you spend capital on a linebacker at this point in the draft. Like if you're the Browns. Now, if you were a team that desperately needed a linebacker, then yeah. But they don't desperately need a linebacker. They could use some linebacker help. Right. And I think that's where a lot of the Browns people were like, why do y'all think we need linebackers? It's like, no, you don't need linebacker, but you could use some help.
Use some linebackers. Yeah.
Yeah, you could use some depth. It's not a slap in the face to say you need linebacker help. But it's just, I don't think it's the best use of your draft capital at that point. So it'll be interesting to see which way the Browns go with this pick.
I mean, personally, I hope they go linebacker. That's just me, though.
Well, yeah, because you know that the next 2 picks are coming up and you need a corner, and there's a good chance that Baltimore is not going to take a corner. I think Baltimore's got to take an offensive lineman here. I don't know what the heck these people talking about with some Villanueva going there and being you're not gonna set my boy up to get murdered out there. I'm sorry. He's fast and he's quick and all, but he ain't no damn magician.
Oh, Villanueva.
So you gonna put Villanueva out there and let Myles Garrett just come burrowing at that dude every time?
Those 2 left feet pitter-pattering.
Pitter-pattering fast and strong too. Like, no. Go ahead and give my guy a first round. Like do what you should have done for Cam. That's all I keep going back to. Do the things that you should have done. Do the things that they should have done for Cam. And there goes Greg Newsome off the board for the Browns. A smart pick. Again, I've been talking all night about adult picks. This is an adult pick. Not only is he a good corner, but he's adept at poor weather. That's big because you're going to get awful weather in Cleveland. In fact, I'm pretty sure it sucks in Cleveland right now. You know what, Cleveland? Yes, I said it. It sucks in your city right now. Guess what? I'm from Florida, dude. Like, I was born in New Jersey. We didn't stay long. I lived in Chicago for many years. I haven't been back since I left. I'm a Florida boy. I live in Savannah, Georgia. Trust me, I like good weather. Your city, not good weather. Especially right now. It's not a diss because I think y'all are fun in the summertime or in the springtime when it gets warm, like that last little part of spring where it finally warms up, where it goes from like winter to spring, summer. Like, it's really awesome there. Ravens are up. Well, I'm over here talking bad about the Cleveland weather. Shout out to the land. I really have had a lot of fun in Cleveland when I've gone. Some fun things, some fun biddles in Cleveland. Baltimore Ravens are up, and I think that the Ravens have to go offensive line here. What do you think?
Personally, I think with one of these first 2 first-round picks, they have to go offensive line. Considering how the draft has played out, honestly, I feel like the offensive linemen are pretty much the same at this point. So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I would go with Terrence Marshall so that he doesn't go to New Orleans now that the corners are off the board. I would take him, and then I would – because look at the next run. It's New Orleans. It's Green Bay who also needs a receiver. It's all these teams that are receiver thirsty but not offensive line thirsty. So I would play the game as it sits. I would take Terrence Marshall, and I would come back and get an offensive lineman with that 31st pick.
I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense. I think that you hit on something that's really interesting in that a lot of these teams coming up need receiver help. So you could arguably get someone and then watch everybody else jump at receivers so that they don't lose out on them. and then backdoor yourself into an offensive lineman with your next pick. I think there's something to be said for it, for sure. I want to see. I really just want Lamar protected. And I'm not even a damn Ravens fan, but I'm a Lamar fan. And I know how these things go. We've seen it happen before. We've seen it happen before where these talented, athletic quarterbacks, people just go, oh, well, he can buy himself more time. And then all of a sudden, you take years off that quarterback's life. I mean, how often did we see Donovan McNabb out there running for his life because they had him playing behind just some dudes outside of Brandon Peters?
Recently,
Russell
Wilson was playing behind dudes,
playing behind D
tackles, and his starting right tackle, George Fant, hadn't played football since 8th grade. That's insane. That's insane.
That is really, really ridiculous. I think right here, I can go. I think I could go. I can go tackle here. But I understand where you're talking about going. I wouldn't be mad at them going that route either and trying to take a lineman second, because I think if it's whether it's Eichenberg or the kid from BYU, I've been on this thing for 3.5 hours. Christensen, I think, is a really solid prospect. A guy that has a lot of upside. Is used to blocking for an athletic quarterback. Used to playing in an offense where you have to be able to move as a tackle. I think it's not only just important to get linemen, but to get linemen who understand what it's like to block for the type of quarterback that you have. Spatial awareness and football IQ is important for an offensive lineman who knows, hey, I need to continue to block even if this guy gets by me, because my quarterback will step up, roll back, and then come back to the exact same spot. And he needs to know that I'm still blocking for him. So like getting those types of guys who can help you understand how to block better for that type of quarterback is important. But also, getting the man some weapons too. That's never a bad thing either.
Yeah,
so
I would be good at this position of them taking an offensive lineman if they doubled down. If at 31 they also took one.
Well, that's what and we talked about it in our football game plan, video, that I thought they should double down on offensive linemen. I thought they should take linemen at both spots and really just replenish that, the line with top level talent. I think that's the way to go. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. Their selection is in. So we'll see what they go with. Yeah. I don't understand the need to have fantasy people. I've never quite understood the fantasy thing.
Wow, and they did it.
Rashad Bateman.
I don't fully mind the pick. I think Elijah Moore's a better wide receiver than Rashad Bateman.
I do as well.
But if they didn't like Marshall as much as Bateman, I'm fine with it. At least they get an exterior receiver. The big problem that they've had in Baltimore, in my opinion, outside of Greg Roman's play calling, has been they keep taking receivers who fit a certain mold. And it's not just size based, it's more based on how they play. And then they don't use them. So I need an exterior receiver. Now, Bateman to me does play more in of an interior role at 6 foot plus. Like he's more of a slot guy to me. That's why I wanted Marshall, but at least it seems like they're attempting to do something different. I just wouldn't have gone with Bateman. I would have gone with Marshall, to be honest, for this particular situation.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with Bateman. I think the problem is I don't see him separating that much in the Big Ten. That's a problem for me, even though I know the Big Ten defensive backs have had a lot of success in the league. I want to see you separate in the Big Ten the way I see those Ohio State wide receivers separate in the Big Ten. I want to see you separate if you're supposedly an elite level receiver, like Corey Davis used to separate when he was playing at Central Michigan. Whenever they would play up, I don't like. What's that?
I think it was Western, right?
Did I say Central? I'm sorry, Western Michigan. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Trust me on that.
I don't. He's not winning jump balls in the NFL. He's not going to outmaneuver DBs in the NFL. He's going to be. My problem is they have a lot of guys who don't seem to get away from DBs in the NFL. So now you added another guy who's probably not going to get away from DBs in the NFL. And I just don't know. The problem is if you're going to get these types of guys, you have to change the type of offense that you're running. You can't run this single wing, power eye, play action, like 1967 type of offense because you don't realize that your quarterback doesn't actually function the best out of that offense.
Yeah, the funniest portion is an offense that's kind of gone by the wayside, but was popular in the 90s. I think Lamar Jackson would do really well in a run and shoot offense.
Oh, absolutely. Lamar Jackson would kill a run and shoot offense.
And the funny portion is, I had a discussion with some people who, whatever. If you want to say that he's not going to pick you apart, he's not Patrick Mahomes, cool. I completely agree. He's not Aaron Rodgers. But to say he can't throw or he can't do this or that, the limitation, in my opinion, is less Lamar Jackson and more on Greg Roman not being able to run a passing offense. Never had a passing offense that's been out of the bottom 10. It's a consistent thing with him, no matter who his quarterback's been. I feel like he could have Patrick Mahomes and wouldn't be in the top 10 passing. It's just not how he schemes offenses.
And by the way, when people say that Lamar Jackson can't pick you apart, those are people who've never watched Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson picks you apart. Like, that's why his tight ends end up like open so much or end up with the ball so much, because he's finding the open people and getting the ball to them. The problem is they're all in the same effing place, because this offense is not designed to get people in space. It's designed to trick you into thinking it's a run so that somebody is just wide open. So when that doesn't happen, you get all of these people that end up in the same space. There's no levels. There's no levels. There's no dynamics that work out in deep to shallow to deep. It's just everybody kind of in the same place. So if they allowed, every time they get down and they are forced to put 4 wide receivers on the field, or to at least run some semblance of a spread out type of offense, and they put Lamar in the shotgun, magically he starts to do what? Pick people apart. Because that's where he's the most comfortable. He's able to make snap decisions. He doesn't get rattled. And so, like, when you can't identify that this is not the guy that this is the guy that you're dealing with, it's like you don't know football. The people I heard a guy tell me that Jameis Winston was, for a lack of a better word that he used, he was frenetic. He used the word manic, and I hated that word. He used the word manic in the pocket. And I went, have you ever watched Peyton Manning in the pocket? With all that jittery ish he be doing in the pocket? Like, he looks scared in the pocket. That's how he operates. I was like, but you'll never find a time where Jameis Winston was scared. Not once. Dude, I saw this dude throw 6 picks in a game, come back and throw touchdowns. Like, there's nothing fearful about him.
Yeah.
He's not manic. Ooh, Peyton Turner. Ooh, that's a sexy pick, Saints. That's a sexy pick. Hey, listen, Emery was saying that this dude was a sleeper to jump into the first round. And that's a sexy pick. Like, that's a dude who CJ's bopping, which means that he likes to pick, especially because the corners are gone. But, like, if there were corners there and they made this pick, I'd be a little bit concerned. But the fact that there are no corners left that are worthy of, well, I shouldn't say that. I think that someone could have taken
Tyson Campbell or one of those.
Campbell. They could have taken what's his name from Florida State.
Asante Samuels.
Samuel Jr. Guys who are playmakers, ball hawks, but getting that type of defensive end, that type of explosion, that type of havoc, that's a good pickup for New Orleans.
So I think what was realized is, look, Sean Payton is a great coach. I'm not going to sit here and say he's not, but we all make mistakes. Part of being great is having a great level of hubris, and his hubris led him to make a pick in 2018 that I did not agree with. And having lost Trey Hendrickson to free agency, they needed to replace that production because the other guy wasn't producing. This is replacing that production. I'm happy with the pick because I think you're getting some semblance of what he thought he was getting in 2018.
Yeah, and he's a ball player. I mean, he's a havoc maker. Like, and people can talk about, like, oh, he's playing in the group of 5, whatever. Y'all don't say it about the quarterback that just went number 3. You better not talk about the guy who's playing in an actual, like, FBS school.
Right.
Like, so, but this guy right here, I mean, he's got the dynamics. He's and watch the things that he does that I like. Very, very, very deceptive. Longer than you think, more explosive than you think.
He's always active too.
Watch, see, quick dip down and he's on his head. This isn't him He's not dancing.
Yeah.
This isn't him dancing.
Bomb. Look at that.
Just going. And he's making the play. Like, these are not dances. Those are guys. I'm going to make this quick, explosive move that doesn't really take me out of position if you decide to go somewhere. This isn't me running around you. It's me giving just enough where I can flip my hips, drop my hips, duck underneath you, swing around. Like, he's an explosive football player. He's bigger than you think. He's longer than you think. I think that's a great pickup for New Orleans, especially in the first round.
Here, so we've been through 28 picks. Here's what I said earlier, and it was kind of like my guess on this draft. I said this would be the most straightforward, quote-unquote, chalk draft we've had in a while because teams weren't as swayed by some of the things like the actual in-person combine and all this other stuff. And people
Trust the
opted
film.
out. So they trusted the film and they had to just work with what they had. And so they've made smart decisions. I'll have to go through everyone's picks, but I feel like at least 20 to 23 of the picks that were made out of the first 28 have been great picks by these teams. It fits what
Yep.
they need, and they're good players.
I can only recall a few picks that I just flat out don't agree with. Obviously, a couple of the quarterback things that I'm on or not on, but outside of that, just a few picks, that an end that I don't see fitting in Indianapolis, or a linebacker here, or a type of receiver here, type of thing. Everybody's been pretty on it. The Packers are on the clock. It's interesting to see what they do. Eric Stokes out of Georgia. They went with the athlete. I don't see. To me, this is a reach. I think this is you're going with an athlete. You're going with an athlete, and I get it. I don't know why everybody gets hung up, by the way, on Green Bay not taking wide receivers in the first round. Their wide receiver core is good. Like, what do y'all want them to do? Who's a wide receiver beating out for Green Bay? Valdez Scantling? Like, who? I don't know about this. This one's the one I might be looking at with a slanted eye tomorrow.
So, and you know what? I feel like this pick was made because of what happened in your game. They watched the Bucs win the game because they had a guy who I'm not even going to name because I'm not even going to be mean, but we all know what happened in that game. They saw one dude, he wore a 20 number, and they decided to go after him. So I think this was it was almost like a panic pick. I think it was an Emery comment. The last thing I saw is the first thing I attacked, which is they remember what happened as to why they lost that game.
Yeah, I don't like.
I don't agree with the pick personally, but I understand the position.
I think this is. I don't understand how you don't take Tyson Campbell right here.
Yeah, if you're gonna go with one out of Georgia, you might as well go with the better corner.
Yeah, like why? How do you not take Campbell? I just take Campbell.
You start to wonder if there is a type that is, because I didn't agree with when that player that I'm talking about was picked. I didn't think that I didn't like the film. Like, he's one of the few people out of that program, because that program quietly puts out defensive players left and right.
Yep.
And he was one of the few where I'm like, I don't personally see it. So what are we doing?
By the way, I still don't see it.
I mean, we saw that it's not there in that game.
I still don't see it. Yeah, I still don't see it. Like, he hasn't proved it wrong. He's just there. He's just there. God bless him, Super Bowl.
Yeah, nothing against you personally. I wish you nothing but positivity, but it just that game sticks in my mind.
Not lining up on my defense.
So as soon as we made the comment, everyone's kind of stuck to chalk. They've done their due diligence. That pick comes out. It's kind of like don't speak because you jinx it. I guess I jinxed the draft for them.
Hold my beer. It's a hold my beer situation, and so it's like we're sitting here with the 30th pick and Buffalo's up. Buffalo can really afford to go wherever the hell they want to go right now. They don't have anything that's like.
If one need. They need more rush-ins. Like, they need more pressure from the defensive end position. They've had to blitz quite a bit to get pressure. They've got the best safety combo in NFL. They have one of the better corners, and then they could go corner here, right? They could go Tyson Campbell. But I think they're probably going to do a reach situation. They're going to go after defensive end because, Jerry Hughes is 33, 34 years old.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
So it's one of those situations. That's the only weak spot I see on this team. You could argue running back because they don't have a specific explosive guy, but honestly, when you have that dude back there, you don't really need
I mean,
the
that
bell
dude's your
cow
running back.
Yeah,
He's your
that's what I'm
running back.
saying.
They've already said it. Like, he's your running back. He's the
Yeah.
guy.
So if anything, I would, to make sense for them, I would go with Tyson Campbell personally.
I mean, I think Tyson Campbell makes sense here if you're gonna say, you know what, we'll just keep stacking on the back end. I just don't know what end you get right here that you couldn't get tomorrow or
So before the picks in,
second,
I'm gonna
third
go.
round.
They're gonna go with Greg Rousseau.
You know, a guy who was really high before the year. A guy who's definitely fallen, and you know,
At 30, I wouldn't mind him going. I mean,
yeah, because you get the extra year, you get to lock him in for the extra year. It may take him a year, maybe two, to really fully blossom in an NFL style defense, very similar to like a Lorenzo Carter. How it took him, you know, a little bit longer to kind of get his feet underneath him in the NFL. That would be a good pick. It would be a reach, probably be a little bit of a reach because of where we are right now, but I don't think it's like so far that you like would kill them for making that pick. I think that's something that's doable. But these guys are coming off, and it's like Buffalo with the people who are left. Baltimore still has an opportunity to take wide receiver. You know, they could still go wide receiver, but they'll probably, since we haven't seen Lyman go, that'll probably be the place for for Baltimore to take a offensive line. Excuse me. It'll be definitely the place for Baltimore to take offensive line. Crazy Elijah Moore is still on the board, by the way.
you know, I kind of expected this to happen. Again, there's that, you know, it's a running thing that we have.
There's Rousseau off the board, by the way, for the Bills. So great call by you.
Yeah, it just made a little bit too much sense for them not to go with a guy like that. You know, the name recognition, the positional value for them. So let's see if he can live up to the preseason hype, because yeah, he was thought of as a, you know, definite top 10 pick when the season started.
Yeah. And I think this is law of unintended consequences. You think, oh, I'm going to sit the year out. Nobody will pick up on, you know, whatever. And you give them the entire year to pick apart all of your flaws and not focus on your strengths. Like, you're not a quarterback. You don't get the same luxury as a quarterback. Right. And so everybody's picking apart these flaws that you have. It's like, now you understand that there's a different world out there.
No, absolutely. And listen, I kind of felt like Elijah Moore would drop out of the first round, not because of him. And we talked about this on one of the last podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
It's because there's this whole notion that size is skill. Like, I still don't understand this. A running back of a certain size can't handle all the NFL carries, but you also won't take them high or pay them after their first contract is up. You know what I would do? These guys, you're going to have to prove to me you can't. So I would give the quote unquote small running back all the carries if you're good. You know, the Tariq Cohns of the world.
Yeah.
The Elijah Moores of the world. I'm going to take you and see what you can't do, because I've already watched you and that you can do it against the same guys who you're playing against on the next level. So it's insanity to me that people think in the manner that they do, because, you know, there's a saying I heard: don't let your limitations, you know, affect my dopeness. Like, don't let that happen. And just because they can't scheme or use you correctly doesn't mean that you should, you know, negatively impact me because you have your limitations. So I don't know. I figured it would happen to him, and unfortunately, it seems like so far I'm right.
Well, but here's the thing: is he's probably going to end up going to a good team. That's usually what happens when these guys start falling. Bad teams don't take them because they're like, oh, well, we want to try to get the highest upside. And we could be just looking at an Elijah Moore who's a finished product. But that's a really good finished product. And so a good team will say, yeah, we'll take him, and he'll go there and be everything that you want in a receiver of his ilk, and that should be enough. That'll be okay. It'll be enough to sustain him, and he'll make his way. He's definitely going to get a shot. I don't know if he's the pick here, because they've already addressed receiver, and I definitely think they need to go offensive line here. But I've also heard some of our fellas say that they could probably end up taking Ojulari right here. So, having to replace a Matthew Judon, this might be the type of place that you see them try to address a pass rusher.
Now, if I'm Baltimore, based on the scheme that they use, I think he can fit. But personally, I would go Joe Tryon.
If you're going to go that way, right?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
If you're going to go that route, that would be the way to go. I think that whichever way they go, because I still believe they need to go offensive line. But now I'm thinking, because offensive line hasn't been taken in any of these picks, they're probably thinking when all of the boards reset tomorrow, they're still going to be able to pick up the offensive lineman that they need. So if they feel that way, that definitely opens up the opportunity to go defense right here and pick up a pass rusher. And I think Tryon, if I'm picking between Tryon and Ojulari, I'll take Tryon. But I could also understand them thinking, oh, well, Ojulari comes from a defense similar, and the way that they play it, that aggressive nature that they play it with, it makes sense. But looking at these dudes that they're rolling out here on the offensive line for the Ravens, look at this. This is stank.
Man,
I mean,
the lasting image is Ben Powers getting thrown back into Lamar Jackson consistently in a game. And when he was coming out, I actually thought Ben Powers was going to be a pretty good player. And hey, I don't have to say it. All these guys are really good football players. They wouldn't be in the NFL if they weren't. But we're comparing them to other NFL caliber football players. So there are better options than Ben Powers of NFL caliber football players.
And here's the problem: if they don't go offensive line here, tomorrow Baltimore's going offensive line early and often.
Well,
not Baltimore. Cincinnati, the Bengals.
Oh,
they're going to take two offensive linemen tomorrow for sure.
And that's the problem. They need to take an offensive lineman simply because I don't think they have a second round pick. And if they do, it'll be late in the second round. But I think their next pick is in the third round, if I'm not mistaken. So they can't allow their division rival to have two cracks at the egg in the second and third round in Cincinnati, who are taking two offensive linemen. They're
taking two offensive linemen tomorrow. If they don't, I don't know. Like you address the receiver. I thought that was a great play. That was a headsy move. Put the receiver back to the quarterback, but now you got to protect your guy.
Yeah.
Like now you got to get some prospects in there. Bring in a veteran to mentor those guys, and get some young athletes to roll with your QB. You definitely need that to happen.
And the thing that, like, you're aware of it, I'm aware of it, we all were aware of it. People are not giving enough credit to the fact that 2 years ago, they had a guy he was a perennial All-Pro, and Marshall Yanda, who retired. And then you had an injury on the offensive line, and Stanley. You had all these things happen. That offensive line was not the same as it was in 2019, and it's not looking good going into 2020. So they have to do something. I like what Buffalo did for Josh Allen. They showed Josh Allen that they gave a crap about him. Now, in the same draft class, you have to do the same thing for Lamar. Show him you give a crap.
Absolutely. I think you do that. You go tackle here. You come back in second or third round with a guard. Probably still have an opportunity to get the best guard in the draft. I have someone asking, it's Tratorius asking my 5 teams with the best draft picks of the night. Ooh, that's good. 5 teams with the best draft picks of the night, CJ. What do you think?
So I'm going to go with the team that I think made the smartest decision. That was Chicago trading up to go get Justin Fields. You have an organization that hasn't had a quarterback that they could say was relevant since the guy with the headband and Jim McMahon, and even before that, if you want to be candid. So they made the pick by going up and going to get their quarterback of the future. Who would be your next one, Gene?
Kyle Pitts for Atlanta. I thought it would be the easy or the low-hanging fruit would have been to take a quarterback right there. But you can't get away from Matt Ryan's contract this year anyway. Jason Owa is the pick out of Penn State. Really.
Oh goodness.
Really. Wow. The Ravens are normally better than that. I'm just gonna say it. Like, even if you were going to take a pass rusher, they're normally better than that.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this, and I'm gonna get it over with.
Wow. Did Ozzie Newsome retire? Is he not making?
Oh no, his
calls
last
over there anymore?
No, yeah, Ozzie Newsome retired. His last first round pick was Lamar Jackson.
That makes sense.
It went out the door because
think about it.
These 2 picks, I'm not. Bateman's not a terrible pick. This one, you know what? I hope I'm wrong. That's all I can hope. Nothing against this young man. He is a heck of an athlete. He is all the measurables, but I just don't see the production. You don't even need to get sacks all the time to have production. I just don't see you flash enough on film.
Yeah. No. Kyle Pitts was I thought was a really good choice outside of Justin Fields. And then J.C. Horn, I thought was a really adult pick. I thought it was a grown-up pick.
I'm going to give credit to a team that pre-draft, and this guy's been rightfully criticized. I'm going to give credit to Howie Roseman and the Eagles. They traded back, picked up a first-round pick, then they traded back up with a third-rounder, so they picked up 2 rounds of value on a pick to get arguably the number 1 receiver in the draft. I don't think he is. I think Chase is better, but they went and got a real deal number 1 receiver in Devonta Smith.
Yeah. No, and that was great. I think also, and we didn't talk about it a lot because it kind of came and then we were on to talking about Mac Jones, but Elijah Vera Tucker, I thought, really good pick. At 14 for the Jets, who now you can team him with Becton and really solidify a side of your offensive line. It's a smart pick. Again, I'm all about these grown-up picks. Like, there were some people that were making some picks with their heart, but grown-ups have to make choices with their head sometimes. And look at the Bucs. You're not going to like this pick. The Bucs got Joe Tryon. Hello.
So here's what, and we talked about this.
Thank you very much.
There's a reason that. So you know what division I can say easily won the night? The NFC South. It's not close. Don't try me. Every pick that was made in the NFC South, when J.C. Horn is the worst pick, considering like area and what you got, that means that division won. You got Kyle Pitts, you got J.C. Horn, you got Peyton Turner, you got Joe Tryon. The NFC South cleaned up. This is what good teams do. This is why bad teams
stay bad. We talk about it all the time. How do you let Joe Tryon drop to the Super Bowl champs, who just brought back, by the way, the entire team. Like, they're going to be the Bucs are going to be the first team that I can remember since free agency
This is horrifying.
that gets to actually legitimately run it back. Because they have the same defense and the same offense, and now you add a Joe Tryon in there to come and rush off the edge when those other two monsters are tired. Ooh, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
So last year, the first 2 draft picks, I tweeted it out and I posted it on social media. Pay attention. The Bucs are killing the draft. Tristan Wirfs, and then they went and got Winfield. They started it out this year again. They're killing the draft. Jason Light was much maligned for a couple of years down here, but he and his staff have done an amazing job.
Terrible. Let's keep it a buck though. he was god awful the first few years, like, because he didn't know what he was doing. He had to learn on the job, but he was given the opportunity to learn on the job. And he's gotten better at his job as he's gone along. But part of that was because they had one of the first things they did was pick a quarterback. So then that took the pressure off them to pick quarterback because they already had receiving weapons around them. That allowed him to make some choices that made a little bit more sense. But they also they've been smart in free agency. And they've gotten lucky. Because nobody knew that, they were going to get the production out of JPP that they got. People thought that JPP was coming to the Bucs to retire. They didn't think that JPP was going to come to the Bucs and be the JPP. Yes, Todd Bowles is smiling right now. Because he's got another thing. He wants to blitz every second of every day. And he has another weapon to blitz. Whew.
Yeah, this is truly horrifying as a Saints fan.
Yeah. The only thing that would have made that better is if they would have picked up a guard. Because I can't see them rolling that they rolled out there in the playoffs, out there in the regular season. I don't even remember his name. The right guard that they pulled out there. They need to address guard. They need to seriously address right guard. They need to get some depth at left tackle, and they need to address right guard.
Who was their starting? It wasn't Smith or Dotson who was at left.
No, Dotson.
Wirfs. Yeah,
Dotson retired.
Yeah. I know they had Marpet, they had Jensen, they had Wirfs. Who was your right guard?
It was. I'm trying to think of his name because the other dude got hurt, and they came in with some dude. I was like, what the heck are they doing? Aaron Stinney. They had Aaron Stinney out there. And I was like, you know what? And people were like, oh, well, Aaron, and he was taking the place of Alex Kappa. That's who it was.
Gotcha.
Alex Kappa got hurt. Stinney came in. Now, I've never been an Alex Kappa guy myself. So I wasn't really too upset that he got hurt, except that he was being replaced with Stinney. And I was like, man, we got to do better at this right guard spot. So, like, there's an opportunity in the second or third round to really bolster that spot. And I hope they take advantage of it and do that. But Tryon at the end of the first round.
So I will make this mention, and we talked about this, but during the ESPN draft special, one of our associates, she picked for the Bucs because she covers them. And that was her pick. Mm-hmm. So what I'm assuming is the following: people don't just make those selections without information. So she had information from in the building. That's all I can assume.
Yeah, but that's an awesome. But juice to her. Like shout out, and by the way, shout out Jenna Lane.
To Jenna Lane. And
Shout out
that's
to
no
Jenna Lane
shade.
for making that pick. But no, but
Yeah,
it
it's
is
not
one
shade.
of those. It is one of those where you go. She probably could win. Hey, if this kid is here,
Yep.
we're taking him. Like she may have gotten that information, and that's what her job is. She should get that
Absolutely.
information.
Absolutely.
But it's shout out to her for putting that out into the world, and so now she gets to own that.
Yep.
Like she gets to say, I accurately predicted the Bucks pick. Nobody
Exactly.
cares how she did it, as long as she did it. And I don't care because at the end of the day, I get Joe Tryon. Like
Yeah.
I don't care how it happened. Just give me Joe Tryon, my guy. Ladies and gentlemen.
I was just saying the reason I even brought that up is because that organization as a whole is just making a lot of good choices, good decisions.
They're killing it right now. They're killing it right now.
Shout out to the Tampa Bay Bucks fans. Good for you all.
Yeah, good for you guys. Also, don't be surprised. Jamie Newton. Just saying. Jamie Newman. Don't be surprised if he ends up in a Buccaneers uniform. Just saying. Keep your eyes out for it, ladies and gentlemen. The Bucks will draft a quarterback at some point in this draft. They will draft a quarterback. I would not be surprised if it's Jamie Newman. I think that would be a great developmental quarterback behind the guys that they have there now, because quite honestly, the two guys who are in the fold should never play quarterback for anybody in the NFL.
I mean, I heard your second round pick is going to be Davis Mills.
Yeah, I'll throw up in my mouth if Davis Mills is. You know what? I shouldn't say that because he's probably going to be a pick. He's probably going to be a pick, but it'll be an awful pick. He's not good at football.
He's a good young man, nice guy. He's a future professional quarterback.
Like we've said, this has nothing to do with how good they are as people. This has nothing to do with who they are as people or that dude cannot be your starting quarterback on an NFL team.
He's a professional quarterback.
Yep. He will make a living as a quarterback. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a phenomenal 4 hours. I thank you to CJ who rode with me most of the way. Thank you to our guests, Malik Span from Blitz Magazine, Brandon Howard from The Athletic. Make sure you check out what they have going on. Make sure that you follow Chris at CJ Florida 9. If you don't know how to spell that, shame on you. Shame on you. You can follow me at Gene Clemons. We will see you soon. We will not be back tomorrow because the third round gets a little bit too crazy. And quite honestly, I teach for a living, and Friday nights, that's like one of my 2 actual free nights. So we tend to not try to flood those with things. But we will be definitely keep up with us online. We will be tweeting about them, especially about our favorite teams. You'll hear CJ tweeting profanity about who the Saints pick if they pick another one of those head scratchers that they like to do. You'll see me talking about the Bucks continuing to kill it because at this point it's going to be really difficult to make a bad pick. They don't really need anything. And when you're not picking for need, you usually end up picking really, really well. If they pick Davis Mills, I will lose my like literally. I've never done the thing where you put like a chain of tweets. If they draft Davis Mills, I may in fact put a chain of tweets together and possibly cost myself some jobs in the future. Like, that is how much I would not like to see Davis Mills. If you are out there, I understand if you want to fight me because I'm talking poorly about you as a quarterback. I 100% get it, and I respect the fact that you might want to punch me. I think you're a fantastic dude. If I meet you, man, let's have some drinks, whatever. Just don't play quarterback for me, please. Tretorius says take a kicker over Davis Mills, and I agree. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, but we are going to bid you adieu. So for CJ, that's Chris James. I am Gene Clemons. Make sure that you like, make sure that you subscribe. Coach Gene Clemons. We'll see y'all next time. We'll definitely see you next year.